Hey, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to you, wherever you're joining us from. Thanks for tuning in to another Let's Play Scrabble stream. Matt Canik holding down the booth, and I am stoked to be joined this morning by none other than the great Will Anderson. Will, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Caught as much of the broadcast as I could yesterday. Seems like the games were fantastic in both of the divisions that we watched, and thrilled to be here for the dramatic conclusion today.
Dramatic conclusion is indeed what we're hoping for. Four more games to be played from the Montreal Scrabblefest. This is the 42nd iteration of this great tournament in one of the greatest cities in North America. Let's cut over to the standings and show y'all what's going down in the CSW division. Our first game today is going to feature two of these players, and that's the player in first, Winter, versus the player in second, Josh Sokol. Will, I think Josh needs almost no introduction. If you've ever seen a Scrabble stream, you probably know who he is. Can you tell us a little bit more about Winter?
Winter is, if you are a tournament player in our midst, you cannot have possibly missed Winter. He is one of the most active players, maybe the most active player on the scene in the last decade plus, and a very solid expert player as well. Not just a grinder who I think holds the record for the number of tournament games played in a single year, but also a very cagey player, one that I personally have a lot of trouble with. And you can see there is going to be a good reason that he's at the top of the standings right now.
Indeed, we'll see Winter put on his words in just a moment. Let's cut over to the preview between these two players, Winter and Josh Sokol. Josh texted me this morning to let me know that, well, in addition to having your number, Will, he's also got Josh's number.
Hmm.
Winter has won, I believe, 5 or 6 straight against Josh. Winter is also like 7-1 against me, seems to play well against you. We'll see. Winter is 10-1 for a good reason. Let's play
Yeah,
some Scrabble.
Winter also, the little flavor in case it needs repeating. Again, you probably know this if you're a tournament player already, but Winter known for his completionist attitude towards Starbucks locations. He's been to, I think, upwards of 10,000 Starbucks all over the world. So he's going to every Starbucks. He's learning every Scrabble word. This is a guy that's pretty passionate about his hobbies, Matt.
Indeed. A lot of Scrabble players are passionate about their hobbies, but Winter, perhaps the most passionate of them all. AAEINSW, the opening rack here for Winter. What are you thinking on this first turn for him?
Yeah, this looks like one where you've got so many good bingo tiles, with the exception of the W and the A, that you're almost certainly looking at playing short. The only question is, do you just play one A and one W, or do you maybe pop another A along with it for slightly better balance? Tricky decision between those two, but I'm sure Winter's going to make it quickly. And there we see Awa.
Yeah, Awa, I think, is a good play here. Keeping the three vowel, two consonants is just, I think, a bit too unstable for my liking, for Winter's liking as well. If you do draw two more vowels, you probably only score in 10 or 12 next turn. And that's not how you'd like to start the game, with a 10-point play and then a 12-point play on the missed bingo. So I think this is a great play. Sims on top as well does Awa for Winter. And we'll pass over to Josh. EEFIMOU on his rack. Not some great tiles. And a small play like Awa has you thinking your opponent is in bingo range. How do you think Josh responds here, Will?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think he's just going to play what I was expecting there, of foe on top. The only, I wouldn't say a weakness of Awa, but if you're Winter, you're definitely expecting an underlapping or overlapping play to come down afterwards, which is just fine. This doesn't even score that much. But the nice thing about this, if you're Josh, at the very least, it's now impossible to play an 8-letter bingo if Winter were to have had one through any of the A or W on the board, and you haven't exposed anything new. Of course, plenty of space to play 7-letter bingos, which I think is what we're going to see from Winter.
Yeah, a nice pull from Winter here. AEGILNS forms 3 different 7-letter words, and those will play in a number of spots. I'll give everybody a little puzzle here. Winter, in addition to having a number of 7-letter bingos, has a 9 playable on this turn. And while it's not his best option, it's
I
always
know
fun to
it.
look at nines.
I've been studying them. I see it really fast. That's awesome.
Well, you did say, Will, that as soon as you became a subscriber to the Let's Play Scrabble channel, you learned all of the nines. Isn't that correct?
That's true. So I saw Leah sowing very fast due to becoming that Scrabble super friend of the LPS channel. I did also mention I became smarter and more handsome, Matt, which is also true.
I don't know that I could become more handsome. I could definitely become smarter, though. We'll see. I got to try this as well. I'm going to click that join button after the stream ends.
I mean, it's a good gamble to take, right? You know, either you can't become more handsome, but you've supported an amazing live streaming Scrabble channel, or you will surprise yourself and become even more handsome, which I admit for you, that would be an amazing feat.
We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, you're right. We got to do some science and investigate the outcome of this one. Winter finds his highest scoring bingo. This outscores everything else by 8 points. And we're back on Josh, whose rack is seemingly incomplete. This is bothering me way more than it should.
Yeah,
EIILMU, and I have no idea what his last letter is. Will, you didn't get a glimpse of it, did you?
I didn't. He's slow rolling us with milieu and another letter that must be in his clenches there. I'm assuming it's probably not an S, or we probably see a bingo be played here. But once we figure out what that next letter is, that will help us a bit. But with these letters, I feel like it's going to be somewhat difficult for him to play to the triple on top of lineages. Really, the only vowel that goes above the L is the E, and that's not quite flexible enough as I'm seeing to get a good play there. So this could be a tough turn for him, depending on that seventh letter.
Yeah, this is insanely frustrating to me. Oh my goodness. Thank you to Evil Budgie for the reminder on the score bug. I wasn't doing it yesterday, and I just forgot to push the button today. Keep me accountable, everybody, all day. I need some more coffee there. This is honestly even more frustrating than when players put their letters sideways and upside down on their rack, is when you just don't show me your whole rack, Josh. It's impossible for me to do analysis here, and I'm going crazy. I mean, he does have out of this rack at least the 6-letter limuli, Limuli, plural of limulus, which is a type of crab. That plays for 20, and almost regardless of what his final tile is, that's a pretty strong play. If he had an S for milieux, he definitely would have played milieux already. But this is maddening. This is maddening.
Limuli or limuli, however you would say that, not an easy play to spot. I would say that's a pretty high degree of difficulty word. So if you're not spotting that, you're definitely looking at much trickier plays to generate. And I'm not even sure. I mean, I'm sure he's, again, wanting to play right here if he can, but depending on the identity of that seventh letter, it might just not be possible to do so productively. So these are the turns, Matt, where if it's, you know, the difference between sort of keeping pace in the game and not is finding a word like limuli. That's what separates the Josh Sokol from the rest of us. Let's see if he can spot it and maybe help us out with that other letter. Is it possible he hasn't drawn it? He's not realizing it. Oh, the slow roll, the slow roll. Oh my God. Crazy, Matt.
Wow. I blank is not what I assumed it was going to be. But all right. Milieu's the play from Josh. He does have an 8 available through the in lineages as well, but Milieu's is the play we're going to see here.
That's amazing. Theatrics, I think, on his part. We know Josh, a streamer himself, well aware of the fun that you can have while on the stream, and Winter is going to very quickly hammer an extremely high-scoring overlap.
Yeah, this is easily the top option on this turn for Winter, and he's smashing it home instantly. It's taking him more time to count it than it did for him to decide this was the play for him and make it. And Josh is like insta playing here. He's got
Spoonful.
bingo. Instantly found it. Yeah.
All right, we got some fireworks to start the day, folks. My God, this is it's going to be quite the comeback for Josh after a good start for Winter. It's basically going to be an even game after Winter's next play, or worse, if Winter draws poorly to his TTW.
Yeah, we'll see a big draw for Winter here to keep pace. But yeah, after a slow start, Awa then Foe looked like we were maybe on the way to a defensive game. We got a bingo, a bango, 52, and then another bingo. We are off to the races here in Montreal. It must be whatever they put in their bagels.
True, which are delicious. And
What a
there's
draw for Josh.
the second blank finds its way onto Josh's rack, and definitely at least right away I'm seeing bingos to this L. So I'm sure if those don't get blocked by Winter here, and it might be tough for him to do so, we could be seeing another bingo for Josh.
Yeah, a great pull from Josh. A rough pull for Winter into that WTT. He picks up an I and a U to go with an R and an M. This is going to be a rough turn for him. There's just no way to play all the way out of this rack at once. 22 points are available to Winter in Murti, M-U-R-T-I. To the right side of Spoonful, make an S-T and P-I. Or the somewhat obscure 6, Umwelt, U-M-W-E-L-T, plays through the E-L at the top of this board. That's really
Umwelt.
spot, but pretty sick. Winter, you like, or I'm sorry, Will, for Winter, do you like those options, or you think it's something else here?
Those options seem all right. I certainly would also be considering playing off my W here with something like Wit or Rit, just to compare that with Murti. Umwelt, I've seen Nigel Richards play that word before, which is, I guess, no surprise to anybody. You could probably give him a good chance to see any word. But yeah, this is tough. But the key is that none of those options, Matt, are going to block off this L, which I don't know if there's other stuff through the U or down here, but I do think Josh is very much locked in on that L and hoping it stays open. And we're going to see some kind of bingo through there on the next turn.
Yeah, with a great draw like that, I think Josh are gonna bingo almost no matter what. But there is an 84 pointer through that L. I'm sure you've spotted it already, Will. That's where he's looking to play next turn if possible. Otherwise, he's got bingos with the U in Spoonful as well. All right, here's Winter's choice. Twit.
I think that's reasonable. I think that stacks up decently well with something like Murti. There is no play that gets rid of both your W and your U in that spot right there. I know some folks are suggesting maybe the lovely new uwu could have been played there to get rid of both, but then you leave yourself with a huge surplus of consonants. So I do think it's correct for Winter to play in that spot. And very quickly, we see Josh rearranging his tiles into blockier, which I'm sure is the aforementioned 80+ point bingo, Matt.
It is not. Blockier scores just 76 for Josh here. 84 points are also possible through the L, although Blockier is the blockier option.
Oh,
The 84
albacore.
pointers,
Yes.
Albacore, yep.
Yeah, nice. So, right. So that's a tricky choice because if you want to take your top scoring play of albacore right here, you are definitely giving a lot back to Winter in the form of this lane right here, the A accepting so many good consonants, and of course an E in the triple lane. So maybe blockier is, as you suggested, Matt, a self-descriptive play.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to take the points here, though. If you're going to open one line on a board that's otherwise rather tight, you might as well open two. Your opponent takes one, and then you smash the other one next turn. But that's just me and my 2 cents. Will, what do you think? 8 points of difference between Albacore and Blockier. Which is your preference?
It's a really good question. I mean, you can definitely go even blockier than blockier, right? You could play something like Corbales here if you really wanted to make it. If you want to, instead of making two good scoring spots, you really create almost none, very close to just one decent overlapping spot after that, which won't really, worry you that much. That is a pretty extreme point sacrifice to make in such a close game with Josh up by only 4. And in situations like this, you definitely want to be thinking about your opponent's previous play, which in this case is Twit. This doesn't really, I don't necessarily feel like Winter is sitting on 3 powerhouse tiles, but we are going to see this hyper blocky bingo here, Matt. I think there is a case to be made for this. Just looking at this, it's not going to be that easy for Winter to do anything in response.
Yeah, this really limits Winter's score next turn. I think Josh missed Albacore there. That's just such a sacrifice. 15 or 17 points left on the table. But Corbeil versus Blockier, I do see the case to be made for this one as well. An interesting decision for Josh in either case. And we're back on Winter now, who is going to be limited immensely after Josh's blocky play. MNRRTTU. I don't see more than 15 points available for Winter anywhere on this turn. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, this is kind of a good case, right? Of how does a play like Corbeil's work out better if you're Josh? And this is it, right? If Albacore is played on the board, Winter has his choices of some good plays up here. You could play Turnt, which we would all love to see go down. I'm sure there was other stuff through the E of Albacore that might have really helped him to, shed some letters. Here, he is looking at absolutely horrendous options. So this is sort of a case in point of when the sacrifice really works out in favor of Josh. And frankly, this is a classic turn, Matt, where you're going to be picking an option that you're not happy with no matter what.
Everything sucks, and you have to find the thing that sucks the least. In this case, I think it might be the 10-point turn, TURN, making East. Turn does take, as you mentioned, the back T hook for Turnt, and holding another T after turn. I think that's what you want to do. Open up some new space on this board and make sure Josh doesn't wall you in. He is a great defensive player, a great tactical player, and if you don't open this board, you can be all but certain that Josh is not going to open it for you unless he's hammering you home with a 4th straight bingo.
Yeah, which it has been 3 in a row. Come to think of it, doesn't look like Josh is going to hit a 4th bingo, but man, he's gotten some really nice stuff from the bag to replenish after his last bingo. Winter is going to play Tur through the U for 8 points. That is definitely an example of, the play you're making is not going to make you feel like you set the world on fire. But yeah, Josh with an S, a Z, a couple vowels, the H and K. He's going to be scoring well, Matt, for several turns here.
Josh, Josh has a lot of great stuff, and you're going to get to hold well in addition to scoring well. He's going to catch that Z in the top left corner of this board. He had other options. He could play ZUKE and ZEAS. But as I said last turn, Josh is not going to open this board up for Winter at this juncture. He doesn't need to. And Winter just blocked the best bingo line left on the board for himself. I am in no rush to open anything if I'm Josh. I'm playing ZE or ZE, keeping things tight, and waiting for my opponent to take the onus on opening the board here. We'll see if it happens. Oh, we got a Shrek sighting. We love to see it.
Shrek OD. That is something that was a very sad case of events in Shrek 5, the drug battle. Unfortunately, we lost Shrek to a horrible overdose. But no, just kidding, folks. That would never happen to Shrek. Winter plays M there, just grabbing some points and remaining patient. I feel like in the absence of any good plays opening the board, I kind of like this patience from him and just hoping maybe you can get a bingo starting with T with East or maybe E with Ease and move on. But yeah, the nice thing here about the play of Zay by Josh is that he kept the H, and depending on what he drew, he was going to be able to just come back with another really good play here. That's an option for him. So despite the closed down nature of the board for bingos, Matt, Josh is going to continue to pile up points.
Yeah, Josh has everything he could hope to do right now, aside from drawing another bingo. RHO and CH is a strong play. There's also the Collins only five, Chowk, CHOWK, through the disconnected CW. That holds superbly, DERS, keeps the S he needs for spoonfuls bingos. I think that's what the doctor's ordered here for Josh Sokol. But again, he's not going to open this board. He's just going to wait, be patient, and then cash that S when it's appropriate. And thanks for spoiling Shrek 5, Will. I was about to watch it.
I apologize. I need to think before I speak, especially where Shrek is concerned. And we are going to see it play up there. Row, the R might normally be a tile that somewhat improves the synergy of Josh's leftover tiles. But as you've been saying, Matt, this isn't a board where you have to worry that much about tile synergy. No real easy places to bingo. Why not tack the R on for 2 more points and leave yourself a chance to draw more vowels? Which Josh has not been able to accomplish with that draw.
The X is going to be nice for scoring, but Josh's play gives Winter a fantastic option that it looks like he is about to miss. Now he's pulled back. He's not going to pull the trigger on Etui for 10 just yet. Winter has 50 points right now if he finds the play. It's a toughie, but he can do it.
Wow, that's crazy. So it must be something here, huh? I'm looking,
Yep.
I'm not seeing it yet, but yeah, that CH does allow for some hooks. Pretty much every vowel, A, E, I on his rack is going to do that. I actually haven't spotted it yet, which is disturbing to me, but hopefully some of you out there are going to do it.
Yeah, there it is in chat. Teaze is the play. That's
Yes.
the spot. I mean, you're not going to think to hold UII together. My brain would immediately go towards shedding at least two of the UII combination. But 50 points sneaking on this board. Can Winter find it on this turn?
Yeah, I wonder actually if so because of those snapbacks, I do feel a little bit. I wasn't even thinking about that, but yeah, playing your H here does expose you to those type of plays from Winter. So I wonder if there isn't an argument from Josh's perspective to have played something like, as was pointed out in the chat, just chouk or something through the C and W, getting rid of both of those letters doesn't score quite as well, but it gives very, very little back by comparison.
Oh man, it's actually a humongous difference. Winter's average score jumps by 17 points between
Wow.
Chouk and Rowe. Winter averages 24 points after Chouk, 41.8 after Rowe, but Winter has missed the standout option on his turn. Josh catches a break after imprecise play that we're not used to seeing from him.
Yeah, I mean, this barring that tricky spot, I didn't see that right away. This play by Winter does a couple of good things. Inadvertently, it blocks Josh from being able to make similar plays that Winter missed, but also it gets rid of 3 vowels from that vowel heavy rack of Winter's and keeps the T, which is an important tile here. One of the few ways that you could actually play a bingo. And Josh is going to go hyper defense here. This makes a lot of sense to me, Matt, just really continuing to lock this board down with an 100-point lead that's now grown with devs.
Yeah, no reason not to make this play. Go ahead and cash in that S. If you want to be greedy, you can sit there and wait and try to draw a bingo that'll play with spoonfuls. But it is so hard for Josh to lose this game now. And if Winter does choose to play down from the D, which he's prone to do pretty often, you can smash that X in the corner, block the line, and score 40 all at once. Great play from Josh.
This square, as you point out, Matt, is so likely to be a vowel, and that means it has a higher than average chance of being an A, E, or O. And as you suggest, that X going down, that's very sharp play, very sharp observation by you, but you know Josh is thinking about that. Alternatively, if nothing is played here, now Josh could consider playing Axe. I don't think he would do that because of the XO hook, but Josh did keep the K and the X on his rack together. So he was probably thinking if Winter plays somewhere else, I can just play Kex, which is very defensive. only allowing some very precise overlaps to the triple. So a lot of good things happening for Josh after Devs.
Yeah, just a great play from Josh. Set yourself up for this turn, stop Winter from doing anything next turn, and set yourself up for next turn as well. Everything you're looking to do here. And Winter's got a tough turn on his hands, but I think really he's facing the consequences of his failure to open the board a few turns ago. You know, when you make a play like TURR on a board that is quickly running out of real estate, you're going to be faced with situations like this where there's just not much to do. And even if I open the board, I just don't feel like I'm going to win the game too often. This one's feeling very, very uphill now for Winter to crawl back in.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about plays like turn here instead of potentially setting up the T on his rack, which would have been much more proactive opening plays. I do think Josh would still have been able to respond to those. And there you see the plan coming together, Matt. Oh, man, look at that. You can see by the speed there that Josh had that in mind all along.
Oh, yeah, this was exactly Josh's plan, and Winter played right into it. I'm actually a little bit surprised we saw DEY and not DYE. I feel like bingoing from the E is more likely for Winter to do. But alas, Josh made a plan. Winter played it right into it, and this game is now so hard for Winter. He's going to need to draw a bingo, and instead he draws more vowels. This one's nearly done.
He had this rack already. This
He
was his
did.
exact rack when he played his 3 vowel dump earlier. So he's in Groundhog Day purgatory right here, which is not fun, especially if, and he's going to exchange this time. Not fun. If you're going to have a rack multiple times in one game, this would not be my choice.
So this time Winter is throwing back two, which in a vacuum, in an equity vacuum, is exactly what you want to do. On this board, maybe not so much. You're going to have to draw a bingo that starts with an E or a T to get it down. And Josh is not going to, or have to not block it on top of that. What has he found? An A and an L. Antlier not going to fit. Woof. Frustrating.
Yeah, tough when you actually that I think is the, to me a great barometer of how open or closed a board is. How many times do you draw a 7-letter bingo or really good tiles that would play as an 8-letter bingo that just do not fit? So this is an example here. Winter drawing the 7-letter bingo, as you said, Matt. Antlier nowhere even remotely close to having a place to play it, and this is actually. It's not going to give Winter a place to play. I think Josh made kind of a face when he played this, Matt, but I think it's a reasonable choice by him, especially with the lead being so big.
Yeah, you can do this. If Winter happens to have a bingo that starts with a consonant and then an A, or a consonant and then an O, you've just made it playable. But whatever. Otherwise, this is so defensive and it scores so well. You just go ahead and do it anyway. You slightly increase Winter's bingo percentage, but if he does bingo, you're likely getting a triple word in return, and you're up by so many points now, nearly 200. It's a good play. You can make that face if you want, Josh, but it's what you got to do.
Yeah, the thing about it is it's probably somewhat close to a lateral move in terms of Winter's bingo chances. You're taking away his ability to play bingos starting with a T or an E or with a hook to OWE. So if Winter had, for example, a bingo with like RE, that would have played across from here. Now it doesn't after Taj. So even though, yes, you are giving Winter some stuff that he might not have had, you're probably blocking about as much with this play. I wouldn't say that this is giving back that much more than it takes away, and it gets your J off and scores pretty well. So yeah, I think despite Josh's wincing, completely warranted. And in fact, Winter has nothing and has to play AL, which I feel like Josh should be able to underlap with an I for Jai and maybe keep things nice and closed.
Yeah, we're probably going to see something like INIA, INIA, making JAI and LA. I don't think Josh can completely obstruct both sides of Winter's little fishy setup here. But he's going to do as much obstruction as he can, as Winter has finally pulled into a bingo rack. It's a little bit of mercy there in the tile bag, but it'll be far too little and far too late for him in this one. And look at Josh. He's almost drawn the rack that Winter has had twice this game. Just swap an N for a T, and we're back at the same rack. It really is Groundhog Day here in Montreal, isn't it?
That's true. I didn't notice that. And just as Winter was with those same tiles, I think he's definitely, this is not a good set of tiles to have, as you suggested, Matt. Inia right here. Whoops, let me write it in the correct plate. Nope, that's also the wrong place. I was on the right track the first time. This looks like as good as it gets for blocking. This doesn't take any hooks, but Winter is going to be able to play a 7-letter bingo at last. But as is being pointed out in chat, it's going to take a lot more than one bingo for Winter to fight his way back here.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy for Winter to walk away from this one and say, Josh Sokol bingo 3 times in a row, and sometimes you just lose. And yeah, that feels appropriate. He had a couple chances, I think, to make this one slightly more winnable, but he really did just get run over by Josh, who drew well and played well on top of it.
Yeah, that'll happen at this level. And the good thing for Winter is he's still in complete control of his own destiny here. He's going to be 10-2. Josh looks like he's going to leapfrog him, of course. So that these two are probably going to be battling it out a couple more times, or at least once or twice more over the course of the morning. Here we see the play of Inia, which looks like as good of a block as he can muster, also balancing the letters. And I might add, keeping the U for that lurking Q so that he can use it a little more effectively.
Yeah, you have to assume the Q is in the bag the vast majority of the time. Winter's not going to play AL for 13 points on the previous turn and hold the Q pretty much ever. So heads up thinking from Josh. No hooks, as Will pointed out. And look, go in and draw that S, too. He's got to be a little bit surprised by that. Man, great draw from Josh. Winter's going to bingo and then draw the Q on top of everything else. A little insult to injury for Winter in this one. It's rough.
Yeah. And Josh actually has the kind of funny, I'm not sure if this actually means pudding, but puddin'. Puddin' is actually a noun in Collins. So he has a 7 on his rack, if he knows it, of puddins. I don't know whether that means pudding, like I said, but I hope it does, Matt.
Oh, that's epic. I love that.
There
I'm
it
going to try to
is.
get a definition file up here.
So, yeah, he has it set up on his rack. The only question is, does he know it, or is he just saying, man, I have to, make a decision on this word? I think it's going to be a moot point just because Winter's going to bingo and very likely take these options away. Let's see what he chooses. Okay, Takreen is the bingo. I wonder was there a way to somehow push the C further down in this word to sort of make it more possible to overlap with 7s? I actually don't think so. So yeah, Winter just having to go ahead and play this nowhere for puddins that I see.
Yeah, no, there was no way to push the C further down. That's as far down as he could have pushed it with his play. So can't set up the possibility of a second bingo. Puddin does not mean pudding. It actually means a dull person. So lots of puddins here at a Scrabble tournament.
And
just kidding,
yeah.
maybe not.
Well, yeah, I don't. We see that Q come onto Winter's rack, which is horrible for him. This really has been just a tough go of it this entire game. Really, as you said, Matt, very minimal, changes that Winter could have made to try to avert this. But this Q kind of the nail in the coffin, I would think.
If you're Josh here, you got to decide how greedy you want to be. Look at that unseen pool. I-O-O-O, the only vowels unseen, a Q lurking. There, if Winter drew the Q and the I and the D, he might have K'd through the A and Takreen. If he drew the Q and the I, he's got QI and IT, and otherwise you might be able to force him to play QI down at the bottom of this board for 11. Josh has a chance to be a little bit mean here and capitalize on that unseen Q if he's going to assume Winter drew it. Man, that's just a tough pull for a tough game for Winter.
Yeah, even to go along with it, the V and B and other junk. So definitely far from ideal. Um, so yeah, see how things proceed.
As Josh thinks through this turn, it's not going to determine the outcome of this game. Josh is absolutely going to be the winner in this one, but I do want to give everybody a little bit of homework. This is just the first of 4 games we're showing today. We've got some good viewership right now. Appreciate all of you tuning in. We would also appreciate it if you click that thumbs up button on this video, bump us up the algorithm, get Scrabble popping on this Sunday morning. If you haven't yet hit the subscribe button to the Let's Play Scrabble channel, I really want to encourage you to do that as well. We hit 4,000 subscribers yesterday, so 4,100 is the next big benchmark we're shooting for. Help us get there if you're not already a subscriber, and if you are, well, we appreciate you. Thanks for tuning in.
Wow, the big 4K. I did not realize that. Kudos to LPS for that continued commitment to live streaming. Great content for us all to enjoy. I love being a part of it. However, they'll have me. Player, commentator. That's pretty much it. I'm not sure what other role there is, except now Scrabble super friend and supporter.
Yeah, super friend and supporter. That's another option you've got. Subscribing is free. Clicking the thumbs up button is free. So of course you want to do that. But hitting that join button, it's a new feature on YouTube, $4.99 a month, just a little mini subscription to help out the Let's Play Scrabble team. Toss a few bucks their way so they can buy upgraded camera gear, make sure they shell out for the good Wi-Fi, high definition streaming, so you can see every wrinkle on a player's face when they frown as they draw the cue. You can catch every detail moving in the background as you see David Spargo hit the ultimate poker face, and everything in between. Josh has a tough turn here as we zoom in on his face. He set up sutting, which would play for a gazillion points, but it's not a word. I don't know how certain Josh is that it's not a word. He sets up dude ings now. I wonder if Josh tries to pull the trigger here and run up the score in this one. He doesn't want to lose the turn, but with that final S and a terrible unseen pool to Josh, do you think it's worth a try here, Will?
It's tempting. I mean, Sud, he's going to not do it correctly with the instead just fishing to the very nice leave here of Dingus. Yeah, I think the nice thing for Josh here is all those O's, 3 O's in the bag, and he gets dousing in 2 spots, which is essentially impossible to block or guide-ons, I suppose. And that looks like it is likely from his perspective. Curious to see. He might be slow rolling us again, Matt. That is very rude.
Very rude, but in this case, I think warranted. The last one, the slow roll, maybe not so cool. This one, you do not want to give Winter a tell. I watched Wellington Jagari do this at a Worlds. He made a 1-tile fish and did not look at the tile, and I thought that was ingenious. You know, if you draw the bingo, you're going to play the bingo in like 1 second. Go ahead and count it now, even, and write down the score if you want. And if you miss, you probably already figured out a backup plan too for whatever it might be. But you don't want to give your opponent the free information. Don't look. You don't need the time. You don't really need to think about it. Smart from Josh here to avoid giving Winter any information at all.
Yeah, I would probably still look. I can't deal with the suspense myself. And if that meant giving my opponent a tell, then so be it. So for us, we sit and wait. Josh doesn't yet know. He is slow rolling himself in addition to all of us, so that I can appreciate that. If you're going to slow roll, at least include yourself in the equation. And Winter in a tough spot here. He did shed his cue, so he doesn't have to worry about that. But I wonder where he's thinking about playing Boney here. Is he going to try to play it with Lady? That doesn't seem smart. No, he's thinking about playing it with Nye on underneath Inya, of course. That makes sense. But he's probably aware, looking at those unseen tiles, that if a G is in the bag, more of his point spread is going to be stolen away from him here.
Yeah, indeed. But there's nothing he can do. There are 2 bingo lines. He can't obstruct both. He's probably trying to find a way to make Lady and do that, but it's not a possibility. And as he spends more and more of his time, he's eventually just going to have to decide to make a high-scoring play. And the big reveal coming soon. We know that it's actually a 50-50 chance either Josh hit the O and will bingo out or drew a G. So is it GG? No, there's the O, and Josh will be bingoing out.
Nice job. That's a very good idea by Josh to get that extra little bit of spread there. He's going to play Dousing. And dang, that is quite the score there as he goes up to 561 with this out bingo, collecting a bunch more tiles from Winter. Very impressive game here to start the day, Matt, by Josh.
Indeed. Let's cut to that overhead mic and see what kind of post-mortem we get.
7.
You could have passed. I would have been worried about drawing the V and getting stuck with it. I still would have played it. I wouldn't have believed you, but
I drew the V after tuck green.
yeah, but like you could think that maybe from my perspective, I'd be worried about drawing it after bingoing. So if you pass, leave one in the bag, and then I play the bingo and draw the V, I'm stuck with it. So you get some spread off of that. So it could end in like a 6 pass if I'm worried about that, which I wouldn't be. But
Okay, well, I wasn't thinking that far ahead. I just wanted to see if I could get rid of my clunky tiles.
I should have played id. This gives you groovy if you have it. Just play id first instead. Anyways,
Well, you were due, and I made a stupid mistake. I should have played runt or turn here.
okay, you had 2 ends,
No, I
but
had
there are
2
tons
Rs.
of ends
I had
left.
2 Rs. No, just to open up a line.
Better
Like, later
line.
on, I drew it to Antlier, and I couldn't play it.
Okay.
So this was a bad mistake because it cost me.
Some chances, yeah.
Well, it cost me the Antlier chance. That's the only where that it would have made a difference because everything else was bad. But Antlier, I definitely could have played, and if I play Antlier, I'm still down 100. But there's
Wouldn't
at
you
least
have an
still a
R though?
chance. What?
Wouldn't you have an R
No.
if you played turn instead?
No. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 turns between this and Antlier.
Okay.
Assuming that everything plays out
Every
the same.
single thing plays
Yeah,
exactly.
assuming that everything plays out the same.
Whatever. Okay. I don't
But
engage
anyway,
with
this
that.
is still a bad play because it only takes the E.
Yeah.
There's no argument there that if I'm trying to open up the board, I want to play an N or a T there.
I had some.
In fact, the N, because the N takes the N or the T, they all take 4 vowels. And user a couple of U's are already out, so probably want to play the T. Keep the N. No, I won't. Yeah, because I had 2 T's and 2 R's, so yeah. So that's my mistake. But anyway, you were due.
Let me just get a picture. I had some.
I mean, I did 3 bonuses in a row against Adam and almost against Matthew, so yeah. Say that
I made some mistakes too, though. So whatever. I just drew the back. The weight has been lifted. Oh my god. What's your number 5?
Yeah. It sucks about this. Sucks about the spread, though.
I told you, you
I'm
just
not
have to
gonna
try
catch
to win.
you.
You weren't going to catch me.
Spread now.
347 for you?
Yeah, not in 3 games left. I'd probably get destroyed by Adam. Odds of me beating him twice in the same tournament are pretty slim.
We'll see what the pairings want us to do.
Well, I have at the moment. I have my moment at number 1. It's good enough.
So many mistakes.
All right, everybody. So you can hear the post-mortem there from Winter and Josh. Josh saying so many mistakes, which is kind of hilarious given the crisp game that he treated us to there. Frankly, Winter, only a couple missteps. And sometimes when your opponent is sort of steamrolling you like that, that's all it takes for things to get out of hand. I would say by and large, he also played very, very well. So yeah, I think not sure if we have Matt's audio. I think it's just me right now. Matt's we're gonna fix this on a break here. So the plan today, as we're gonna see some miming situation from Matt and some charades to help us along, but we're gonna take a break. The goal here is to hop back and forth between the two divisions here, that being the Collins division as well as the WoW division, the WGPO sponsored division. And just wanted to have a huge shout out while we're at it to Word Game Players organization for all that they do to continue to support Scrabble events just like this. Sponsorship to the tune of $5,000 for Montreal Scrabblefest. Incredibly generous contribution. Thank you very much, WGPO. So with that, we are going to take a quick break, figure out Matt's audio, figure out our next matchup, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
Alrighty, folks, we are back. Dog cam is live, although I replaced my dog with my other dog. That's soaring back there. I got to keep things interesting for you here on the Scrabble stream. 3 games left to go. We're pivoting over to the WoW lexicon, where we've got a big matchup between David Spargo and Ryan Chapida in a division that is surprisingly getting very interesting after a big Jackson Smiley loss last round. Will, let's cut over to the standings and have you walk us through who's up top this WoW division and what they stand to win.
It is knotted up. Oh, okay. Sorry. I think we fixed my audio there. Standings, I was saying knotted up with 3 players at 9 and 3. I was remarking that all of us are shocked, I tell you, shocked to see Jackson Smiley at the top right now. He's just got the knack for winning these WPO events. But David Spargo and Jason Lee, we saw a bunch of pretty much all of these players. I as a spectator yesterday, Matt on the call. But yeah, it's going to be a matchup where David needing to keep pace with Jackson and Ryan needing to go on a run in his last few games to get back up into the top group. So Ryan could make things much more difficult for David. Whereas a win here for David, he's going to continue to control his own destiny.
Dollars at stake. That is the first prize here in the WoW division, and it is a wide open race. Will Jackson or Jason defend their Montreal home turf, or will David Spargo go home our champion? We already saw each of these players with ballsy moves yesterday. Jackson and David atop the standings. Jackson rolling the dice on a phony against Paul Holzer. David Spargo rolling the dice on 2 phonies against Michael Fagan, and each getting away with all 3 of their phonies. Wonder if we'll see a phony played in this one or not. Gotta rep the Crescent City Cup merch while we got it. Crescent City Cup is one of the best tournaments of the year. If you haven't been to one, go every January. New Orleans, we burn that city down. Or actually, I think it burned us down this year because we all got trapped for like 4 extra days in a ridiculous blizzard. But I digress. That's another story for another day. Will, let's talk about another really awesome upcoming tournament in the July 4th Albany tournament. I understand you're going to be rather involved with it. Can you tell us more?
Yeah, July 4th, next event coming up on the LPS calendar. Let's Play Scrabble is going to be pulling out all the stops for this one. It's got the huge support from generous donor and sponsor Bob Lynn. I've been training for this one for a little while, hoping to put forth a good performance here. So I will be over the board competing there. Yeah, I definitely would not miss this one for the world. The July 4th tournament, always a fantastic experience, one of the best in the LPS calendar, but this year it's going to be bigger and better than ever. So very, very excited for that. Not 100% sure who's going to do the broadcasting, Matt. If you're potentially considering coming too, then it's going to be both of us will be out there competing, but I'm sure LPS is going to find some fantastic folks to take you through the live streaming action.
There will be coverage for sure. Will be involved? No. He'll be playing. Will I be involved? Maybe. I don't know. I just moved to Boston last week, and I have no idea which way is up and which way is down yet. But I'll be involved in some way. I'd be a fool to miss it. You'd be a fool to miss it as well. Go to Albany, and if you can't go to Albany, make sure you watch the stream. It'll be streamed all week. Lots and lots and lots of money, obscene amounts of money for a Scrabble tournament. More money than we've ever seen at a non-nationals, aside from maybe one tournament back in the 90s. It's going to be huge. It's going to be awesome. There's a Will Anderson meet and greet. I'm going to get him to sign my chest. It's going to be awesome. So check out the Albany tournament. Get out there if you can. Thanks to Bob Lynn and to the Word Game Players Organization for their sponsorship. And let's cut over to the board and watch some Scrabble.
Yeah, as we said, Ryan and David getting set to play. You can see a lot of wins stacking up in a row for David Spargo. And David is a player that has been improving steadily and quickly. over the last few years, he seems destined to sort of high expertdom. But I'm always very impressed anytime I see Ryan play. Very, very savvy, strategic player. Definitely should be more than a match for David. Should be a great matchup between these two. Yeah, I think we're ready to get going as soon as they are. So looks like it'll be Ryan with the first move and the handshake. And we're off. Let's play Scrabble, Matt.
Let's play Scrabble. Let me update those scores. I'd love to see how much David can score if we start him at 561, but we'll go ahead and reset him to 0 instead. You're going to have to play Scrabble like the rest of us mortals, David.
Yep, starting from 0. And Ryan's first tiles. The Y was the first one we saw, but ooh, okay. The rest of them coming together quite nicely. Not sure if he has a bingo here, Matt, but he's definitely probably feeling good to start with a mixture of these good bingo tiles and the Y.
Yeah, Collins players are going to shout one out immediately, but that is a Collins-only bingo. There are no 7s here for Ryan in NWL. And we're going to see one of the classic Scrabble short versus long decisions, LAY, holding the synergistic ENRS, just 12 points, but set yourself up for great move next turn. Or you can play Yearn, YEARN, take 24, kind of blow up this rack, score some extra points now. Both plays very adjacent, and this is a third option, just dropping the Y. You're more likely to bingo after this than any other option, but you're scoring 0 now. That's a decision we see from Ryan, and I think it's pretty defensible. What say you, Will?
Yeah, I think it bingos an overwhelming majority of the time from the bag. I think the quickest check when you're thinking, hey, is this 6-tile leave good enough to exchange 1, is what's happening with the vowels? And the answer is arsenal, leaners, nailers, and loners, which is a great start. Not sure about the U, but then you got a whole bunch more consonants besides. But of course, continuing to troll the Collins players in the audience that Ryan has drawn a bingo that he cannot play. Not that we should be dwelling too much on lexicon stuff, but drawing the Z in a vacuum is a good thing. David's going to exchange rather than play quad. That is very interesting, Matt.
I mean, after the exchange 1, you have to assume Ryan has an S a lot of the time. And if you play quad and he hit his 7, you're giving him you're giving him a 90-point bingo instead of him bingoing for about 70 on this first move. But he just left 28 points on the table. That's wild.
Yeah, I think it makes sense from the standpoint that you just described. As we see Zeals go down, and David's probably saying, what, the Z? How could he have had that? Of course, Ryan didn't, and he drew it. But yeah, this is kind of maybe the slightest overreaction. Again, you're right that playing quad, giving back multiple S hooks, no matter where you slot it on the board, definitely increases Ryan's average score. But we're going to see it pay off for David here. Wineries or sinewier, but oh my gosh, wait a second. Do we have a lexicon thing here or not?
Sinewier is not valid in NWL. Winery's the only valid bingo in this rack in NWL. So this is a phony from David, and we will see David's reaching for the tile bag. The play has not been held, and David's going to play his 3rd phony in 2 games on stream. All 3 phonies are phony bingos. All 3 have been accepted by his opponent. Incredible stuff.
It's very logical. I do feel that because, just to be clear, sinewy is valid. It's in the dictionary that they're using. It just doesn't compare the way it does in the other one. So, yeah, that's a very plausible word to play. And I definitely think many players, of course, Ryan included, would not bat an eye at this word, just thinking, oh, yeah, sinewy, that's a word. It must compare. You move on. So still a missed opportunity there for Ryan. I don't really blame him for it, Matt.
No, I don't either. But it's definitely wild. I think I would have made the same play as these players on Maybe 0 of these turns, or maybe 1 of these turns. There's a lot more nuance in Scrabble than people admit sometimes. It's been a crazy game to watch so far as we see Ryan exchange down. Could have maybe played Trapped, Trapt, but that would keep some double ends. He opts not to do that and throws back instead. And we're back over on David's rack, DGILOWY for him. He's got some high scoring plays here. One standout option for 40 points available if he knows and spots this word.
I'm not sure I've seen it yet. I'll continue to look. But yeah, definitely kind of a weird mismatched group of letters here. At least you've got the LY combination to hang your hat on. That might help a little bit. So yeah, we'll see where David elects to go. But man, Ryan exchanging 4 consonants. I think he left something like PRT and has drawn more consonants. He's looking at essentially the same situation from last turn. So a brutal replenishment draw after his exchange for Ryan.
Each of these players has made some interesting decisions, and they're decisions that immediately make them shake their head. Ryan opting to keep the 3rd consonant, which might be slightly non-standard, but very reasonable to do, and draws 4 more consonants. And now he's probably thinking, man, I wish I'd exchanged 5 consonants instead of 4, giving myself 1 more chance at a vowel. David, with his first turn exchange, and then seeing the Z come down, has to be equally puzzled by that decision. And you just have to stay out of your own head and Scrabble. You can double think, triple think every decision you'll ever make based on what actually happened. But, the real game is a one-ply sim, one iteration sim. And you just have to do what you think is going to work out most of the time and then stay out of your head when it doesn't.
I finally spotted the 40-pointer that you are referring to, Matt, and it is a very high degree of difficulty word. I don't know. I haven't actually seen it in the chat yet, which is surprising. All you in the chat are so sharp. I'm sure as soon as I say that, somebody that's been sitting on it is going to say it. But yeah, very, very tricky one. I do think that something like wingy through the, okay, he's going to play wieldy. I was thinking maybe wingy through the end of sinewier is more findable. There we go. We got Zev in the chat. Zygoid, the star play from the Z. Not too many players, I would say, would find that each and every time, Matt.
No, that's a tough one to spot for sure. A zygoid, an adjective meaning pertaining to a zygote. Wieldy was a really interesting decision from David there. It scores well, but there are other options that score well and get rid of some of the worst tiles on your rack. That GO combination is far from ideal for David. This is definitely a misplay from him.
Yeah, but a tough play, of course, with the best play being so tricky and then other plays being so kind of hair-splitting from this one. Let's see what he draws. Ooh, man, this looks pretty good. Not quite diagnose or agonize through the N. Almost diagnosed, but not quite.
Yeah, almost.
So if the exchange was correct the first time, can't be afraid to do it again if you're Ryan. And I absolutely believe that exchanging a second time is warranted for Ryan here, Matt. What do you think?
I think it's funny that you go from exchange 4 to exchange 5. If I'm David, I'm like, wait, what? It got worse, and then you exchanged another tile. But yeah, Ryan had to exchange that second turn. His draw was so bad, and finally he does find some vowels in the bag, 3 of them to be specific. So he'll actually get to make plays next turn. But we'll look over at David. Go ahead.
It might maybe the play of retrofit if he sees it from the R of sinewier, which would totally get the things right back in the right track for Ryan.
Oh man, that is sick. And it's unlikely to go away. I could see David playing Goa, Goa, to the left side of sinewier to knock that R out. But he's got a bunch of other candidate plays. I don't know that he's going to block retrofit. AGO in nearly the same spot does seed bingos from the R, but it scores better. If he's going to go with one of those plays, I think he's going to play a go and get hit with retrofit. Ooh, big turn. Big turn.
Yeah, we saw this word be played on the stream yesterday. He might be thinking, man, I am absolutely ironclad after this play right here. The tiles lined up. This is so good at blocking so much, Matt. Pretty much the only thing it leaves open at the base of the board is an 8 starting with the R, and that is exactly what Ryan has.
Yeah, that's incredible. The one thing you're leaving open is the one thing you're about to get smashed with. But that Scrabble,
Cha-ching.
Ryan already set it up. Look at that, and he's ready to go on retrofit. Awesome stuff.
That feels really good if you're Ryan to exchange twice and then finally draw something good and see your opponent very cleverly try to block everything, but you just managed to sneak your play on the board. Let's see David impassive responding to this. I think he can't be too negative about it. He's done his very best to prevent that possibility, but Ryan sneaks that bingo through and we got a game.
We got a game indeed, 134 to 144, and a rough draw from David, who's missed all of the consonants Ryan keeps throwing in the bag and pulled a bunch of vowels instead. This one shaping up to get interesting fast. I will point out on the Dago turn for David Spargo, he had one sick option, a Nigel option of Algoid, Algoid, right as where Will's drawing it here. That's a play very few experts stop, but that's a play that separates the grandmasters from the top expert players. That would have been really sick and impressive to see. But Dago, a fine play in most cases. We'll look at David's play here. OBE above the last three letters in retrofit is what he's got set up here. This is a play that makes a lot of sense. I think it's either going to be this or perhaps obese. Slid two spaces over. Obese is 31, Ob 25. Will, would you hold the S back or cash in 6 extra points on that turn?
That is really interesting to play obese. If ever there was a time to go ahead and use that S for a few extra points and maybe more importantly, a little bit of a better balance rather than keeping the 3 vowels and 1 consonant, you could go down to just the 2 vowels and oh man, look at that draw. What wouldn't David do for a chance to, for example, draw 2 more tiles and hope that they would be consonants here? That is sort of the upside of obese. You can get into situations like this after ob, where if you just don't draw any vowels, you're going to be facing a very, very difficult turn. That being said, I'm never going to criticize him that much for trying to hold on to that S here. The trick that you kind of want to check, though, Matt, is whenever you've got that S, you want to envision or visualize where would I play that S if I hit my mic there. If you draw something good with the S, I'm not sure what the answer is on this board.
Yeah, the S is terrible on the board as it's shaped right now. And, maybe worth playing off. But at the same time, on these tight boards where there's nothing to do, often the S becomes insanely valuable in the matter of one move. If your opponent plays a word, strings it out in space, an S hook sometimes becomes the only place to play. So there's a case to be made either way. This play, very, I think, standard from Ryan. There's not much else to think about on that turn. CEINT is kind of a bingo-prone leave on a board that doesn't seed very many bingos, but there's just nothing else he can really do there. So HE makes a ton of sense, and then David forced to exchange after that very poor draw. This is going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, very much so. That exchange occurred instantly. I think it makes total sense. There's really almost nothing to consider from his perspective. And this is going to give Ryan an opportunity to retake the lead. He had the lead after Zeals, of course, but then it's been all David since that time. And, very nice draw for David here. Certainly think he's going to be able to find something somewhere. The W of wieldy, for example, off the beaten path, and stowages there at a minimum is extremely likely to stay open. So just as quickly as Ryan may be about to retake the lead, Matt, David's going to snatch it back.
Yeah, he's also got derogates as a 9 from the DE, so bingo's coming down no matter what for David, assuming he finds the super easy degree of difficulty 9. But Ryan on turn now. Ryan's where we'll focus as David showing his poker face one more time, trying not to give any information about the blank he's just drawn. I think Ryan needs to play down at the bottom of this board. Entice scores 27 to the E. He's just put in that triple word line. And while you like to keep some of these letters together, they're nice and bingo prone. Fishing ET off makes some sense. AWE and GIT overlaps make 14 points. I don't think it's correct to fish here. I think you grab points. What do you think, Will?
I do like the idea of playing Entice here. I just feel like I'm a little concerned about playing shorter, that immediately that becomes such a good place to play for David. Maybe this is, I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking about it, and this is starting to tempt me a little bit more. Maybe your leave is just good enough to consider this. But that being said, my instinct was to play Entice. I definitely think at minimum this is going to be even with the fishier, shorter plays, and it might just be better because the board is not very good for bingoing. And wow, look at this. Brutal. This game has been swingy as hell, Matt.
Yeah, you either draw 4 consonants or 4 vowels out of this bag. Maybe we should get another tile bag again. We had to do a bag substitution yesterday due to a hole in the tile bag, which I've never seen before. Maybe we need to do another one today due to a string of horrific draws from both of these players. This is wild.
So yeah, you were suggesting that derogates here, kind of a tough play. Putting an S in the triple lane, so if David does not find that, something like stowages does appear to potentially already be worth the point sacrifice on the defensive end to not put that S out in space in the triple lane. So either way, those are 2 reasonable options. You could go with either one of the 2. And David's going to retake the lead, and it's going to get worse for Ryan just because almost no matter what David plays, he is going to have very little by way of response.
Yeah, of course, David can't know that. David has to think there's a good chance I get smacked, but each of David's available bingos has a major drawback. Stowages has the drawback that it only scores 65. The other bingos available score 70. So you're leaving points on the board if you make this play, but it is quite defensive. Derogates, as Will mentioned, puts an S in space at the end of a triple word column. You're asking to get smacked after something like that. Stacks on top of derogate also rather likely and can be painful. And the final bingo is also 70 points. Down to the N and Entice is estragon, but that also seems a major triple line for your opponent. So
here,
pick your poison. You're going to bingo, but it's going to hurt.
All right. He spotted the 9. He's going to go for the points. And amazingly, given Ryan's weak draw, this is definitely the choice that in this particular situation is going to benefit David the most. It's hard to even see what Ryan's going to do. If he wants to, I think Ryan's going to try his absolute best to play something into that S to prevent David from doing so. I'm not 100% sure what that is, if it's literally just like Taus or like autos in that spot. Either way, those plays are very uninspiring as well, likely leaving a boatload of vowels for next turn.
Oh man, yeah, this is rough. TOUSE, probably the best way out of this, but it's just 18 points. Kind of closes off the board and holds 3 vowels and no consonants, holds AEU. That's tough. I could see him leaving things open entirely and just playing AUTO and OOF beneath derogates, but you are very likely going to get hit for 40 to 50 points down to that S if you don't make it go away. So Ryan in a tough situation, trailing by 51. Do I make the counterintuitive blocking play here? Do I try to open another quadrant of the board, maybe play auto and WO at the top of this board? This is a tricky turn and one that I would shake my head at for a long time. I don't know what to do here.
The funny thing is, I'm looking at David's tiles, and it certainly feels like he doesn't have that many good with the J, K, and X on his rack. It feels like David's best play is Fox here, potentially, which the aforementioned play of Auto and Oof would block, forcing him to make sort of an awkward play, potentially like, I don't even know, Jars or something like that. But this is a very natural choice, but for sure, by Ryan. Does not want David to hit that S, but it actually turns out that David's going to be just fine with that.
Oh man, David's turn was so interesting if this didn't come down, and it's a little bit less interesting now. I mean, holding the J to play on top of Derogate's JA something is very appealing for him. Now holding the J is also appealing to hit the JO and JE spot above Derogate's, but oh man, so many possibilities for David on this turn, yeah, even after Ryan's play. And I think I would have also played autos in that situation as Ryan. I do like that, but it's a tough play to make. And here comes Fox for 52. What does the Fox say? He says, I'm taking a commanding lead.
Yeah, as you said, Matt, the J is so strong to keep here as well, with multiple letters that can fit right here, a T, an E, all kinds of stuff. Maybe just those two, in fact, but there are enough of those letters remaining that keeping the J makes a ton of sense as well. So this is could go from bad to worse if David plucks one of those. Hasn't done it yet. Ooh,
No.
kind of weird tiles here.
Yeah, not the pull David was hoping for. An E or a T or something would have been awesome for him, but this is awesome for us, as it means our game's going to be a little bit more interesting to watch. Ryan has another hard turn here. A, B, D, E, G, U, U. He's found another U into that leave and some clunky consonants. He's again got to make the decision of writing equity or opening the board and leaving some points on the table. Stacking on top of Entice in the bottom left of this board is DAUB for 27 points. But that does knock out some of the bingo possibilities on the left side of this board. It's a solid play, but it closes with a big deficit. So I wonder if we're going to see Ryan make a more board opening play, something like maybe BUDGE and WE, or Budge and EW. I don't know. Will, what are you thinking here in terms of constructing the board for a comeback?
This is agonizing, just because it does feel like, a lot of your good options from a points and leave standpoint do not help with that effort at all. So yeah, you want these lanes to stay open, but DAUB is so nice to get rid of one of your U's and leave something decent. But yeah, I mean, maybe you just do that and try to be patient, but man, it just feels agonizing to make a play like that here.
Perhaps just for 18 points, the play of Baguette, Baguet, down to the T and Entice is another option. Go digging into the bag a bit more. I don't know. I don't know what to do here. This is a very hard turn in terms of maximizing what is a pretty small win percentage for Ryan. I would spend quite a bit of time here trying to think through different possibilities.
I do think I'm liking Baguette more as I look at it. Looks like, what are we going to see here? Budge. Okay. This is much more proactive to open more space at the top of the board. I really think this is just as competitive of a choice as anything we've said, Matt, just to do something that really creates more space at the top left of the board, which is essentially a graveyard right now.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this play. We've seen several different games so far this tournament. Players are a little bit too passive when they fall behind. They don't want to open the board, and then they end up just getting walled in with no chance at all for a comeback. With a play like this, Ryan's got multiple different places he can fish for stuff to try to make his comeback. I'm a fan. I think you have to try to get out into space in some way. I like it from Ryan.
Very tricky situation now for David. I'm sure David is happy. He's got a nice lead. The board isn't very good, but this is just tough because you still have that J if you want to keep it it has that 50-point upside right here. However, it's hard to figure out what you're going to do if you actually keep that tile on your rack, because your 3Rs are restricting your options so much. Do you literally just play something like jam here, leaving KRRR? But at least you are performing an important defensive function here of blocking off this sevens lane. That might be decent unless you can find a different play. Matt, it looks like he might be getting set to play Mark somewhere, keeping the J and that upside.
Yeah, I think this is a reasonable option. We're going to see Mark and KA next to autos. This just 18, but holding the J here makes a lot of sense. If you can just smash 50 next turn and block the most likely bingo line on the board at the same time, that feels rather intuitive to do here. I think this is reasonable. 34 points is hard to pass up on, though. I'd be looking at the unseen pool if I'm David Spargo. Keeping KRRR is tough, but with 16 vowels and 20 consonants, with only one more R out there and a number of consonants that are going to score some points and help me do something, I'm not afraid of playing jam here. Mark also makes sense. You've just got to get in there and draw a J play next turn. And with just 3 E's and 1 T to hit, I don't know how likely it is that you're going to draw a J play. I think I might have cashed in and played jam here.
Yeah, as crazy as that is, to keep the vaunted, legendarily good leave of KRRR. But, there was just nothing that palatable here. I do feel like this has a very reasonable logic behind it, and we're going to see what David draws. It looks like no help for that J, to your point, Matt, where there just actually are not that many tiles that fit there. And this is the play of Mark is going to give Ryan an opportunity to play Va2, which he has lined up. Let me not block it as it goes on the board. Just what he needed to dump his worst tiles and maybe pluck that second blank out of the bag and bingo somewhere here.
Yeah, this is exactly what the doctor ordered for Ryan. You'd like to put a different tile than the V on that top triple word square, but Vatu is such a bailout of a pretty rough rack that it's basically that play or unhat. This makes sense. I think unhat maybe slightly stronger actually there, and keeping the V was a better choice for him, but Vatu is fine.
Yeah, it does. As is being pointed out in the YouTube chat, there is one play that I have to imagine stands head and shoulders above any other here. Oh, very clever by David to spot a nice option of Prajna. But Matt, you're breathing in as he plays this.
Yeah, he's just whiffed on Harina, Jarina, for 58. This is a good play. 42 and a cool word, a little time to flex on stream. Jarina was better, but it looks like David is on hold. And now I think it's been accepted by Ryan. Mistake there for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is as snazzy and stylish and solid of a second best play as you're going to find. But no question that play of, Harina, I'm not sure if I'm saying the J right, but that play right here would have put that J on the triple and scored a little bit more. It's very difficult for me to sit here and say, let's get on David for playing this beautiful 42-point J play. It's just that he happened to have one better option here, Matt.
Yeah. When you see a good play, try to find a better one. We're going to say that early and often on every Scrabble stream. Nice play from David, but not quite precise enough. He has a great pull, though, and looks to be in commanding position despite the small inaccuracy there. Ryan has been going digging for that blank, has not found it, and instead David finding the second blank in this game. It's going to be tough now for Ryan to come back. I think if he knows the 6-letter haloid, that's probably the play for him to make. To the D and budge. Just open up a whole lot more space on this board and hope that you get something put together. That is how I'd be approaching this situation if I'm Ryan. Do you see any other lines that make sense here, Will?
Haloid makes perfect sense, as you're suggesting, Matt. Haloid into this D, opening up the board a little bit more. I would worry that if David didn't have something good, a play down from the H would use up a ton of the space available on this board, but that may be a risk that Ryan has to take here. Alternatively, I guess you could just play HO right here and keep the board in a state where David will struggle to block both the E of Entice and the D and open tiles and budge. But I don't disagree with Haloid at all. It turns out, though, as you said, David, with that second blank, he's definitely got stuff. I see surplus into the E of Entice, which could be, if he sees that tricky word, that looks like a game ender.
Yeah, a bingo would be a game ender here for David. Surplus is 1, scores 83. There is also an 82 pointer available here, which has been pointed out in chat. Neither one of these is by any means a slam dunk. These are both tough finds. But if David wants to slam the door shut, he's got to find one of his 2 bingos on this turn.
I'm sure it's possible that after the very, very nice Cuspidor, which he is seeing very nicely spotted, there's probably some chance of getting tripled on after this, where, of course, there is not after surplus. So I would probably favor that one just to minimize that worst case scenario. But fantastic find here by David. Have to emphasize, not an easy one whatsoever. Cuspidor with a blank O for 82, and we can see that Ryan does not really have anything great to respond. Nicely done by David Spargo.
Yeah. This is wonderful. A great find, and he does it so quickly as well. Impressive stuff from David, showing why his rating has been increasing at the pace at which it has. Good stuff.
So yeah, here's the point where if you're Ryan, your tournament situation sort of warrants that you kind of have to keep that C open if you want to, I guess maybe you could throw in the towel at this point, realizing that at 6-6, you probably are out of the running to win this thing. You still certainly could go on a run of 3 wins and get a higher cash prize. At this point, if I'm Ryan, I might be throwing in the towel and playing something off of the C, just sort of admitting defeat in this game. But if he wants to keep it open, he could play something like Vino right here and hope for a miracle that David does something weird and then he triples through the C. And that's what he's going to do, Matt.
Right on cue. You nailed it, Will. I wouldn't do this in this situation. The C is going to get blocked like all of the time. If the pool were a little bit more unbalanced, if there were a lot of consonants, maybe there's a chance my opponent draws all consonants and no vowels and can't obstruct. But, take the shot. Why not? At this point, yeah, you're 6-6. You need to win out to have any chance to cash. See if your opponent has a stroke and doesn't block the triple. It's possible.
Yeah, it's never a good thing. It seems to happen in every lopsided loss where there's a point at which your winning chances are predicated on physical maladies befalling your opponent. That's how you know things have reached a dire state of affairs.
I don't know. I mean, there might be a few opponents who actually play QAT to the T and entice in David's situation here, and then you do actually get the triple. I think anybody rated over 1,600 would never do that and would understand the game state in this situation. But some people love bingo prone leaves that much that they'd be aggressive and try to fish here. Most strong players will not.
In defense of a play like QAT here, I would say, if you remember the standings prior to the game, David is locked in a battle with 3 players at 9-3. He is behind Jackson Smiley on the basis of spread. So is it possible that you would make a play like QAT, rationalizing that the odds of a triple through the C are low enough and my tiles are good enough in terms of bingo proneness that maybe, just maybe, I work out better in my tournament standing going for the spread play as opposed for the sure win? Just throwing that out there. I'm playing equal 10 times out of 10 here. It looks like David is about to do the same. But I don't know, Matt, is there any merit to that devil's advocate I just laid out?
All right. Well, since we've got all the machinery at our fingertips, I went ahead and punched in the entire unseen pool. And that's really how you want to approach this if spread matters. Is there even a triple that I could be hit with? I know there's stuff like Creamily, and Creamily is 95, but I'll live 95. It's the triple that might cost me the game. And I punched it in. There is, in fact, one, and exactly one, possible triple that David could be hit with. So if you see none, and you're actually strong enough at anagramming to do all this and be confident that there's none, QAT actually does make sense. It won't get blocked unless Ryan Bingo's there. I'm not going to say what that one is, by the way. I'll let all y'all play with that. I'll put the whole unseen pool in if somebody wants to give themselves a little puzzle. But go for it.
Yeah, unseen pool. Remember, there's a C to think of in what Matt just posted on YouTube. So you got to use those letters and play an 8-letter word through the C. There we go. Good old Matthew O'Connor pointing it out seemingly instantly. If that's the only one, Matt, then yeah, you're basically playing against rancidly from Ryan's perspective. Even then, the lead is high enough that I'm just wondering how much in danger even are you after rancidly once you play cat? Are you actually going to lose the game?
Rancidly is 176, so it would be dicey. But
yeah, you're losing after that for sure. Yep, makes sense.
There are very few players who have the sheer anagramming power and the confidence to look at an unseen pool like that and deduce how many possibilities there are. That's technically super alpha 2150 rated player way to approach that situation.
Yeah, that would be tough for almost any human. So yeah, equal definitely the human choice to lock up that win, prevent any triples. You got to look at those letters and think there must be something, and David would be correct in that assumption. There was one thing, Ryan playing Aldrin to simplify the end game a little bit, and now it's on David to find whatever he can here to finish off, Matt, a very important win for him.
Yeah, huge win for David. Ryan just really with the chance to play spoiler and try to salvage a third or fourth place. Very frustrating when you're in David's situation and you drop a game to a person almost out of contention. But he did everything he needed to do, rolled the dice on a word he wasn't sure of that ended up being a phony, insinuer, got away with it, and went on to win this game. This was really cool to watch, though. Lots of terrible draws from both players, but the beautiful thing about Scrabble is no matter how bad players draw, somebody's going to win the game.
That's true. It's nice when it's a little bit even, that both players are suffering a little bit, as we see. I'm not sure if that was a little cactus guy on Ryan's side. Do we have any Ryan Chapida experts to know?
I got it. It's Ryan's emotional support pickle.
Fantastic. Love to hear that. So yeah, this is an interesting situation here. As Matthew just noted, I was about to say that I is right here. It's annoying for David to block this I for Chi, which, given that David doesn't have a bingo, he has to decide whether he's going to make his best scoring play, which he does elect to do in Emery for 30. But then you let Ryan have that I. Not sure if that actually works out any better or what, but nice sequence by both players.
It's actually exactly the same. You can play Yomps to the P, or you can play Emery, and you end up with exactly the same game spread of 123. So David probably did all the math, saw it was a wash, and was like, let me do the higher scoring sequence then. Let's cut to Mike and see what these players say.
I got lucky with not being bit for this.
Oh, it's a very nice play. It's yeah. I had let's see. I kept EAU when I played off AUOT, 6 vowels, 2 U's, and I'd already traded 3 times. And then with that, I think your strength is open boards bingos, and that's the juiciest lane. Even if you don't have a bingo,
For sure.
you can cash mid-20s likely there. So
Yeah, you can do anything with that.
EAU gives me, I think, a shot to survive. But But there's a nice bingos though. I mean, it's very nice. It's New Year. So my opening rack, I had AELNRS with the Y. So the first 6 go with so many things.
Yeah, like pretty much one of the one things it doesn't go with.
Pitch the Y, drew the Z, and then you trade 6. So you're not showing strength. I think, okay, I can play long, get my 48 points, and then
Yeah, that was a really interesting turn for me because I had quad and DNP as my opening rack. And I would have just played quad. It seemed like a pretty straightforward turn.
Right.
Except you trading one,
I'm
it's
showing
so
super
much more
strength,
likely
yeah.
than usual that you have an S and like you probably
Yeah.
bingo and then you get like 90 points for hooking quad or quad. Like quad in either place because there's no good place to put it.
Right, and even underneath that's not with good tiles like
Yeah, if you got a
ones
4
that
tile
fit
for
there.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was interesting.
No, I probably do that too after the trade 1.
Yeah, I just kept an end.
But then, I mean, you're in my situation. I draw the Z with that lead. Do you go 48 for Zeals, or do you trade the Z again?
Oh, sure, go for 48.
I think so.
agree. I don't see how you can't do that. It's too many points.
Then my next 2 racks were 7 consonants. After that, so it was trade. So the 48 and 3 zeros. Meanwhile, you bingoed and you got 144. But then I had a nice draw there. I'm so happy to see see.
Yeah, that was retrofit was nice. Yeah, when I played Dago, I was like, all right, probably safe. Coast is clear, and then you get like the one spot that I didn't quite completely block. Yeah, that was a good fit. Good retrofit.
It was Fox is what really started killing the game. Yeah, so it's like no, I don't know.
I had Fox, and then I also had the J when I played that. I was really looking to cash that, but I just never got an E or a J. Both the W's were already out.
Right.
Then I was still able to like cash it pretty well, but like not quite as well as if I had got what I needed for that.
Are you 100 on this? I wasn't sure if it was NJ, JN.
Yep, I'm completely sure.
Yes. Okay. Challenge then.
Yeah, I don't think I played any phonies this game, amazingly.
Well, that was the one I doubted the most, but no, it looks like a clean game.
I was just going to wait.
Not like the early bird.
Yeah, not like the early bird or my last stream game or the second early bird.
I'm 0-3 in the stream. I don't think I'll be asked again though. Now that I'm out of contention. But are you a game behind Jackson? You tie with Jackson?
I'm 10-3 right now.
Okay.
So I guess depending on how Jackson did in his first game today.
So you should be back then against.
Hopefully.
It was an onslaught. It's
150 points, something like that.
it was a struggle. This is not a game that I blew.
Yeah, no, not at all.
No. One of the sexy bingos is mine. The rest are his.
Oh, retrofit, nice.
Retro's mine.
Yeah,
But
those
he
is.
had Darius.
And Sydney were
Scenario and
Cuspidor.
Nice.
How'd you know retrofit was mine?
Because Agnes texted our
Oh,
chat.
Okay, there we
She
go.
was like, nice.
What round is
All right, so David Spargo with a much-needed win over Ryan Chapida, and we'll show over what that little green patch of fuzz was that was so interesting to Will. It's Ryan's emotional support pickle. He brought this guy out at the Madison tournament in November and proceeded to notch his first Division I tournament win. He's carried it with him ever since. I actually purchased myself an emotional support pickle after seeing Ryan and his success, and then won the Texas State Scrabble Championship. So you need to get yourself an emotional support pickle if you want to have success over the Scrabble board. It is the secret to success. But David Spargo rolling the dice on another phony, sneaking it by once again. He moves up to 10-3 in the WoW division. We'll see what happened with Jackson and with Jason Lee, but that one's shaping up to be an interesting finish. Will, what thoughts do you have on that game, on emotional support pickles, or anything else philosophical?
Yeah, I'm thinking about the emotional support pickle. I am not a pickle lover, so I'm wondering if the cuteness and beautiful greenness of the pickle would outweigh the fact that when I look at a real pickle, I am looking to offload it as fast as possible on somebody that likes pickles. So that's a tough one. I'm not sure. I feel like it is very cute, and it's more the idea of the pickle. You're not thinking about eating it. So maybe I do need to get myself one of those more emotional support pickles as well. As for the actual tournament, man, it's going to be very exciting. We can already see there are some amazing pairings in both divisions. I do think we are going to continue to try to pick and choose. We've had one game from Collins, one game from WoW, and that leaves us very flexible going into next round to pick the matchup that is the juiciest. But yeah, we're going to take care of that when we do take a quick break. But Matt, we've got a lot of other sponsors and entities to thank here.
Yeah, we want to give a shout out to so many people for their contributions in putting this tournament together. First, of course, to the directing team of Let's Play Scrabble. This one's actually been a solo effort of Josh Greenway. Kieran O'Connor, the other half of the Let's Play Scrabble team, is off at a wedding this weekend. So Josh has been running the stream, directing the tournament, organizing everything. Huge kudos to Josh. He's been doing all the behind the scenes stuff on the stream, all the transitions and everything else as well. And if you appreciate Josh and his efforts, make sure you hit the like and subscribe buttons down below. We are up to 4,005 subscribers on Let's Play Scrabble. I remember when we were a teeny tiny baby initiative with just 300, and wow, there has been some intense growth. We really appreciate everybody out there tuning in, watching, subscribing, hanging out with us, entertaining us in chat. It's been awesome. Want to shout out the Word Game Players Organization, or WIGPO. They donated $5,000 to this tournament to beef up the prize fund, to pull some of the top dogs like the Josh Sokols and the Jackson Smileys out, to ensure prizes are awesome, and the stream was up and running as well. Mad Palazzo and Christine Cardinal have been assisting Josh with all kinds of things on the ground, director calls and organization-wise, so they deserve a kudos as well, and they're just awesome people. They always deserve a pat in the back. And Viator Saint Viator Bagels from Montreal provided a lot of bagels to the players so that they could have some breakfast yesterday morning. This is the 42nd annual Montreal Scrabble tournament, a tournament that for years and years was organized and put together by the great Bernard Gottlieb, who left us 2 months ago, but I'm sure is watching us from up above. There are all kinds of different things going on this weekend to commemorate Bernard. There are high words for different Bernard categories. There is a poker game tonight because Bernard loved playing poker at the tournament almost as much as he loved playing Scrabble. Gas money is going to the highest finisher who doesn't receive real money, just to send people home with a little extra money. The more people who win money at tournaments, the better. There's Bernard in the center of this photo. He is missed, but his legacy is carried on. Will, do you have a Bernard story for us? Everybody's got Bernard stories.
I don't know if I have a specific one. I was fortunate enough to play him several times in tournaments, and I just remember what a gracious player, what a truly friendly and kind soul he was, but what a ferocious player as well, over the board. Absolutely committed to his defensive style of play, which really gave me a lot of trouble. Just as you mentioned, Matt, really a gamer to his core, Scrabble, poker, just a true competitor, and just a huge loss for us in the community and in the Montreal Scrabble community specifically. So definitely love the tributes that are coming out for Bernard. Hard to imagine a worthier recipient of all of the kind thoughts that we're sending his way. And yeah, love the remembrances here of a fantastic player and fantastic person.
Bernard, longtime director of the Montreal Scrabble Club, which is perhaps the strongest Scrabble club in North America, giving us Jackson Smiley, Josh Sokol, Michael Fagan, Jason Lee, each of whom has finished first or second at a nationals in the past decade. So thanks to all your contributions, Bernard. We have not quite decided on our round 14 matchup. I will drop that in chat just as soon as I know who is going to play in that. We may see another Montreal player in Adam Logan, who no longer lives there. But we're going to cut to a little break, and then we'll figure out a matchup, drop it in chat, and we'll come back. If you see the black dog behind me, this is my WoW dog. If you see the brown dog behind me, that's my Collins dog. We'll figure it out. You can tell either from my chat message or the dog on the bed behind me. We're going to break for just a minute. Y'all don't go anywhere. See you soon. color's the dog behind me? Oh, it's black? All right, wow. We're going to show WoW. The dogs have decided. So we're going to pivot over back to our WoW division. Jackson Smiley and Jason Lee are 2 of 3 players at 10-3 in the WoW division. They are going to play one another. The winner of this game is likely going to play David Spargo in the final round for the championship, although there are a number of ways this thing could shake out. The game we're going to show you, $850 is our first place prize. Oh man, this is going to be a good one, isn't it, Will?
Yeah, it's great. It's all knotted up at the top of the standings. Best system ever to determine the division with the dog on the bed behind. That is innovation you don't get anywhere else. So, yeah, this should be a fantastic matchup. 2 players that have probably played one another many, many, many times. Even before Jackson relocating to Montreal, these 2 have to have played a whole bunch, knowing each other's style very well. 2 incredibly savvy, strategic players. God bless you for that sneeze. And yeah, very, very excited to dive into this game.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. 2 players from Montreal matched up. Oh, there's our Collins dog. Means we are all but certain to see a Montreal player in the championship game of this division. Let's cut over to the preview and check these players out. Jackson should be no stranger to anybody, and we did find out he knows what sport team is on his hat, though he bought the hat before he figured that part out. Jason Lee, longtime strong player as well. 2 players well-versed in each other's games. 2 players right up at the top in terms of talent in this division, but only one of these players will win this game and make it to the finals. Let's dive in. Let's play Scrabble.
Yep, Jason going first, giving him ever so slightly a tiny bit of extra winning percentage, but as we know, that could it's hard to say too much about that. Jackson might draw a rack that benefits greatly from going second in the game, so doesn't really mean too much from where we sit right now. So let's see. Jason with the J. And seems like, whoa, all kinds of stuff here. Seems like he could just slap down je here if he wants, unless there's a better play, putting the J or the X on a double letter score, Matt.
No play that puts the J or the X on a double letter score. Is he going to play je or is he going to play jus? That's the only real question I think of on this turn. I think it's right to put the X down, Jeux, 36 points, cash it all in. But he's going to make sure he optimizes this rack, which has a lot of potential and a lot of strange letters in combination.
Yeah, it's we can see with our omniscient status in the booth that Jason has the C that Jackson would love to have seen hit the board for confined. No L for 9-fold. Not sure what else is in there, but no respite for Jackson in the form of a miraculous bingo, and he's going to have to buckle down and find something a little bit trickier. But I feel like with the J and X on the board, Matt, Jackson should be able to find some underlapping potential here.
Yeah, there's actually not too much for Jackson. Will did point out immediately the 2 possible 9s, 9-fold or confined. Jackson was hoping for a C or an L, got neither one. And we'll see Jackson now. He's got a few different lines of approach. 28 points available if he plays Foxed through the F. That holds in, which is not what you'd like to hold here, but it does score very well. FON plays beneath je for 19 points and keeps the bingo prone DEIN, but shuts down a lot of the bingo possibilities on this board. Neither of those plays feels awesome. We might see one of those 2, though. We might see FOX to the X here. This is a tricky turn, though, one that Jackson's probably going to spend some time on trying to optimize.
Yeah, it looked like for a minute that he had his tiles set up to maybe play non-fixed through the X. I don't think he's actually going to go through with that. He was just evaluating real quick. probably the chances of can I get this past Jason, which I really don't believe he can. So he's wisely going to opt for a more traditional standard play here. Looks like Fawn might be the choice. The suggestion you had of Foxed through the X, Matt, a good one. The only blemish, the 2 N's that you keep on your rack. This would avoid that situation. And then it would go back to Jason here with the first blank on his rack, but the rest of the letters don't seem quite good enough to get a bingo.
Wildly, I think non-fixed would have stayed on the board if Jason had any uncertainty, only because the N placed in space would let Jason hit back with buoyance as a double-double, no less. So I think non-fixed would have stayed on and seeded a 100-point bingo to Jason. But that's Scrabble, baby. You never have any idea. FON, the play from Jackson, makes a lot of sense. Jason's not going to be able to bingo without that N. But he's got several good intermediate options. He's going to be able to score well beneath FON. The only real question is, what is he going to play, AY or CAY? Do you have a preference between those, Will?
Great question. Man, so the question is what to do in this spot right here. It looks like Jason is getting set to play the C. I think playing K is a little bit more in keeping with Jason's style, which I always consider to be slightly defensive. He has definitely bedeviled me in my games with him with that style. So AY is much easier to play off of compared to tacking the C, which prevents those overlapping plays. Not to mention, if you just play AY, it's possible to hook going down with some nice tiles. So tacking the C on does appear to constrict things just a little bit more so. I think that's what he's going to do. I would be tempted to keep the C, though, Matt, just because you want to go into next turn with at least one consonant. Really interesting. What would you do? I think of you as maybe being a cleverer defensive player than myself.
Yeah, this is an offense versus defense turn, so I'm just going to throw a little puzzle out. I want everybody to marinate on this. How many more points does Jackson score on average after AY versus CAY? It's clear that he's going to score a little bit better. How much more? And then the second part of the puzzle is how much more does Jason score on average on his follow-up play if he keeps the C versus if he holds it back? I'm not going to spoil it just yet. I want everybody to think of their number. Oh, what a terrible draw from Jason. Oh, God. Okay. Now that you've had some time to think, CAY limits Jackson by about 6 additional points because it's just so hard to do anything without an S now. But the C increases Jason's score next turn by about 10. That's how bad it is holding 3 vowels and a blank else to score with. So a fascinating turn. I think I would have held the C off, and I generally play defense, but I don't know. I think it's a very depends on my mood kind of situation.
Yeah, it's really close. Both options are reasonable with the benefit of hindsight. Jason drawing more vowels, 2 vowels and an H. I'm sure he would love to have that C to pair with the H right here. In fact, he might even be bingoing. If you could just take that U off and replace it with a C, out echo and in by would be going down right now. So sometimes you really do see the difference of keeping the one extra consonant. Jackson with this aggressive play, though, Matt, in by leaving the E, which is a hook to this word. So had Jackson drawn a bingo, it would go down. A little bit annoying for Jason to deal with. Is he going to play ooh or oho, leaving EUU to try to address that hook right now? That seems kind of crazy. I think exchanging and trying to be the first one to hit the spot yourself looks really warranted here.
Oh, no, I would not exchange in this situation. I would play OOH. I would knock out the N by hook because you go back to a game state where the board is tough to do anything meaningful on. I'd be inclined to play here. EUU is so unsavory, but if there's ever a time to keep an unsavory leave, it's on a terrible board like this one.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that was my initial instinct, and then I went against it, and now I'm going back after your defense of that. So Yeah, tough. Definitely want to see some consonants come out after this. And he is going to play OOH instead of OHO. Those are the decisions that really matter to players at this level. I guess the nice thing about putting the H out in space is with that blank, maybe you're likelier to actually be able to play through that as a bingo if you draw just right. And if you do draw just right somehow, even if it's not the very next turn for Jason, maybe it's one more turn in the future that he will get a chance to play something here. But eventually he may be very, very happy to have left that open with the H instead of the O.
I don't know. The O in space actually probably allows Jason to bingo a little more often with OUT type possibilities, but OOH makes it harder for Jackson to have no-brainer overlaps on top. Little decision there. I would have done what Jason did, but you could easily make a case either way. Jackson has one standout play on this turn, and I sometimes don't even call these plays out because I don't want players to miss them and have them look bad. But Jackson has already set it up on his rack. It is an 8-letter word through the OY. Yeah, spell it out for us, Will. Hoydened, an alternate spelling of Hoidened. And Jackson has set it up and then bypassed it.
Wow. Huh. Surprising. Either that is just really going as hard as possible for a bingo. He has the ED combination that he can now play a 7 here after his play, or maybe just doubt in that word as a verb, potentially. Jackson being so savvy, so good in every aspect of the game, I would think this would be an active choice, Matt, but that was a lot of points to give up.
That is weird to me. I do not like that decision, and I generally like the decisions Jackson makes. I think it's got to be a little bit of unsureness on the word. Ed just seems inferior in almost every way. And you can't know this is going to happen if you're Jackson, but now Jason has one playable bingo. He's already set it up. He's got to notice the spot for it, but True Mo with the blank T plays triple overlap, making MEED and Ahoy 79 points, the only bingo for Jason.
Wow. What a sweet play. That is beautiful with those overlaps, Matt. That is fantastic to spot that. And he did it fast, too.
Oh, check out that blank cam. We get the tile bag. That's awesome. No, that's funny. Blank is a T, True Mo, the play from Jason, 79 points. He's up by 103. And you can see Jackson staring at the board like, man, that wasn't supposed to happen. But it did.
Yeah, doubly frustrating just because Jackson had probably seen that with his own rack, he was getting set to bingo in that very same spot, making his blank an O at a minimum. Donnert would have played going into this T right here, making TE. That option no longer available. So great find by Jason at the best possible time.
Yeah, a huge swing in this game, getting your bingo blocked with your opponent's bingo. That's frustrating. We will have a bit of a word knowledge check for these players. What hook or hooks does True Mo take? Those EAU words are so tricky to figure out how they pluralize. Generally, they're going to take an S, an X, or both. And this is a fitting puzzle for our players to solve in this Montreal tournament. I can't think of something more appropriate than a little French check. We'll see when these hooks come up. All 4 S's still to be drawn. The X already played. I'll go ahead and tell everybody watching at home so you don't have to check it. True Mo pluralizes with an X and only with an X. No S hook on that word.
Yeah, that is tricky. There, you could easily imagine not a single S on the board yet. The players are eventually going to draw one, and I'm sure there's going to be a tempting play in this spot at some point in the game that the players will either have to stay disciplined and not try, or they're going to go for the gusto and put the onus on their opponent to have that knowledge. So I feel like that is definitely coming up at some point in this game. Jackson playing net on top of True Mo with all those overlaps, probably feeling like if I could just draw a couple of vowels, I might be bingoing from the H of ooh here, and he has most certainly not drawn those vowels, Matt.
Yeah, terrible pull for Jackson. He's going to be basically forced to play BRRR or maybe BRR and set up the hook. But we'll focus on Jason's turn first because this is a tricky one. ADEEITT, a really tight board. You don't want to open things up if you're Jason, but you do need to make a play. And everything feels bad. I think in terms of sheer equity, baited down from the B and in by, BAITED. Well, 18 points, get out of this rack, turn some tiles over, but you put a ton of tiles floating out in space when you think there's a good chance Jackson is pretty bingo prone after EDH and then NET on his last 2 turns. But what else can you do if you're Jason? Is it nuts to play Date on top of Trumeau, on top of that blank for just 11 points? Will we see him try to play some offense instead? A play of CITE sets up his back D, but that opens this board wide open. That word takes several other hooks. It gives floaters to Jackson. This is a really tough one. I'm not sure what is right. How would you approach this turn, Will?
Yeah, the tension here is between the tiles that Jason has, which are mostly low pointers and good for bingoing, and the game state, which definitely calls for him to play defensively. His tiles want him to balance them and go for another bingo. The game score wants him to play defense. So I definitely expect him to play something here. This seems like by far the most flexible sevens lane. You just need to end a word in a vowel. Remember, this is a T. So I do expect to see Jason make the most defensive play that he can muster right here. Problem is, even plays like that do offer overlaps back. So I'm sure he's going to look for whatever he thinks can minimize that overlapping potential. I could easily see other players. You're playing Jackson Smiley, right? So yeah, Jackson's just made the very ominous play of net, N-E-T. That makes me really uneasy about opening the board, realizing that he probably has 4 good bingo tiles left over after a play like that. Jason isn't at this level. I think he's far too good to worry about this, but many, many players would potentially see Jackson sitting across from them and say, I'm going to keep putting the pedal to the metal and go for it here. And Jason might be about to go against his normal style, Matt, and play baited. I don't really see anything I love better than this in his shoes.
Yeah, you're going to feel upset at yourself if you put 4 floaters out there and then Jackson bingos through one, especially because you'll be able to look at the board and I'd be kicking myself if he had no playable bingos and I just gave him one. But I think if Jackson has one of the 4 unseen S's, it's pretty likely he had a bingo start with Joys. And if it happens, it happens. And I got to score some points here if I'm Jason. This play does win a simulation. And simulations on these tight boards are not stellar. But, you do have to do something. And this play makes sense. Every play makes some sense in that situation. It's a tough one to make, but it will work out great for Jason here as Jackson's had such a terrible draw.
Yeah, oddly, this feels kind of hilarious to say, but baited blocked the play that Jackson probably wanted, which is the one you mentioned, Matt, of just burr off of the B of in by. I don't know how disappointed you can be in a 12-point R dumping play being blocked, but that certainly felt like the play Jackson was considering making, and now it's very difficult to imagine what he's even going to play here because almost no matter what, he's going to leave multiple R's on the rack. So maybe he's looking at an exchange and Jason will benefit from his choice and be able to close as much down as possible.
Yeah, this is so brutal for Jackson. You can play DIRL through the I and baited. You can play ERR from the E and baited, but I think what Jackson is opting to do here is correct. You don't want to obstruct plays down from the H. You want to force Jason to block that spot, which is pretty tough to block, honestly. So I think it's right just for board dynamics, throw back here. But that was not right. Drawing VMGO was not correct from Jackson after the exchange. We'll see.
Yes, we love victim blaming people for their draws here. And yeah, he could have done a little bit better, but look at that. He spots Mangrove that will actually play to this E. That being said, I cannot imagine Jason leaving those openings. I think you could tell by Jason's body language that he hated what's going on here. I have no idea what the players are debating here. We'll get. I'm totally confused. What's being discussed here, Matt?
I am too. Maybe a tile fell out of the bag. It looks like Jackson just put something back in, and we're back and live and playing Scrabble again. So I don't know what that was. Our production team will let us know if they do know what it was. But interesting stuff. What's weird for Jason? It makes a ton of sense here to play either Zit or Tiz through the I and baited, but I think you have to try to obstruct the E. That is easily the most likely tile to bingo through, and Jason can play Les in one of two ways, either horizontally through that E or vertically to the right side of baited. I don't know. Some players play Tiz or Zit and ride equity here, but I think this is a very appropriate time with this 99-point lead to block. Of course, I also see that Jackson has Mangrove.
The funny thing about blocking, Matt, is if you play pretty much anything in this spot, let's just say that Jason plays something parallel here with an E, he's going to set his Z up in kind of a scary way as well. So any play, sorry for that terrible non-straight line, that goes down here is going to give Jason an upside if he draws an A, and there are a bunch of them coming, so that could be another appeal of trying to block all of the floaters here. If you were only going to play 4 tiles in this spot and leave, the last tile off, I'm not even sure that Jason has a word that doesn't take at least one and maybe multiple hooks. So I think oddly he might want to play a 5-letter word if he plays there at all. The scary thing about that, of course, is you're opening the triple, and maybe your Z play never ends up materializing. So it looks nice on paper, but actually doesn't ever really work out for you. So this is a tricky one for sure. I think it seems like he's getting set to play tighter, Matt.
Yeah, tighter or leader both make a lot of sense here. In CSW, these are the slam dunk plays because if Jackson responds and plays to the R in tighter after this play, most of the time it's going to end in ER and you just drop the Z or the Z, excuse me, we're in Montreal for 64. Or if you draw AS or something in that vein, you can even threaten Zetas through it for about 100 points. In NWL, if you try this setup, if you leave a lot on the table and it doesn't manifest, it's going to be pretty painful. Oh, he's playing on this side.
Okay, this is reasonable too. I feel like maybe the upside of the setup is so infrequently realized that you might as well play it here, which is the more defensive of the 2 placements for sure. So I understand it from that standpoint. So yeah, definitely seems reasonable. This is not very easy to re-parallel as well. Actually, maybe it's there is a Tiz potential here, but I don't actually think if you draw an A, there's that much stuff that actually continues on to help you set that up.
Yeah. This is a pretty appropriate play. Just stop the worst stuff from happening. Don't put the R out in space. It makes lots of sense from Jason's perspective as well to play on this side. We just got so fixated on that setup. I was kind of rooting for it to happen. LEZ last turn through the E and baited also made some sense, but you've got to pick something and commit to it. Jason's already down below halfway on his clock pretty early on in this one. Though with the lead like this, it may not come into factor. We'll see. Jackson has had another bingo blocked after Donert was blocked. Now Mangrove is blocked. He's got a pretty tough turn here. He's picking up this M. Do you see what he's looking to do with it, Will? Modern, perhaps?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe modern. That does leave you VG blank, which is definitely not what you're wanting. But it scores well and at least gets a little bit of action to sort of when you put the M here, you are making a threat that Jason's going to have to deal with. Also, a lot of the plays that you can put under this M might give back some hooks on top, depending on what Jason has. Turns out Jason is getting he's going to pounce hard with the Z on a play like Modern here. And Jackson probably knows that, but it's a risk he has to take. That N is going to allow Jason to absolutely crush this spot. But maybe Jackson can draw something good and bingo and keep this going.
Oh man, Jason has a sick play. It's so easy to play Zona or Zonk here, but there is something
Halazone. Oh
better.
my god. Oh my god. Halazone. As soon as you
Halazone for 90.
you
My
reacted,
goodness.
I wouldn't have seen it unless you hadn't reacted like that. But holy crap, Halazone. Zone, just to be clear, perfectly fine play, or Zona more likely to undouble the A's. But Halazone going all the way down. We would love to see that, Matt. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is a chance for Jason to just drop the flexiest flex I've ever seen on a stream. But it's so easy to play Zonk for 81 right away. Oh, yeah, here's Zonk.
Totally reasonable. Couldn't agree more. Oh, look at this. Jackson has the GINGS combination. I haven't really noted that. He did have to use his N when he played Modern, but now he can try words like this up here. Words that could be very difficult for Jason to know the validity of. Pavings is valid, and it's a tough one to know for sure. Could we possibly see a challenge here from Jason if he's not sure? Nice job by Jackson. Were there any other bingos, Matt, for him available?
This is the one playable bingo for Jackson on this turn. And when you're down by a lot like this, it is the best time to try to sneak a phony by, because psychologically it's just so hard for your opponent to challenge. If I challenge and it's good and I lose a turn and you bingo again, I'm in bad shape all of a sudden. So Jason wouldn't challenge this most of the time if it were phony, but this is a valid word. INGS words are so tough to keep straight. But Jason doesn't even appear to have held the play. Jackson making his only playable bingo, making this at least a somewhat close game. And Jason's poor draw after Zonk is going to make this one even closer. AAEELSU for Jason. I would have insta-played EAU beneath the M in Modern, but is there anything else you're thinking to do here, Will?
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. Just EAU right here, leaving a good bingo leave. Again, the thing I worry about this is that I can't play SE, so I have a nice leave containing an S in it, but this play doesn't really support that leave all that well. What it does do is support Jackson's ED combination, so I'm sure that Jackson is going to look to play off his B, and maybe his P if he can, and keep that ED combination together. Or maybe he's just going to go for bedpan right here and do his best to keep the board open. So yeah, we're going to have to see. Oh, but there's Realize just in the nick of time for Jason. That is going to fit with Emu, Matt.
Yeah, Realize is a great pull, and through the B in bedpan, Jason would actually threaten Absealer if Jackson makes this play. So Jason's going to hit very hard next turn after a very good draw. Jackson looks like he's going to play bedpan, and I think given the game shape and the game score, this is probably right.
Yeah, this does look very warranted, down by over 100, needing to keep as much volatility as possible. I like it. It is going to get hit, as you say, Matt. Absealer, now that's not the easiest. I can guarantee that Jason is going to see either Realize or his bingos through the D. But okay, there we go. He's too good to miss this. No surprise. Jason, a fantastic player, instantly spotting this play, which looks like it will be very tough for Jackson to rebound from.
Yeah, well, what an interesting game so far. But Jason has been playing lights out Scrabble. He's been playing well, drawing a little bit better than Jackson as well. But he's got a commanding lead in this one. Jason looks to be almost ready to secure his place in the final matchup.
Yeah, he is knocking on the door for sure. Jackson with tough tiles. It turns out that he has a 7-letter word of ragtail on his rack. Don't think that's going to fit anywhere, sadly, which that definitely hurts to have that not go down anywhere. And he is definitely looking at a brutal decision here. And probably he's thinking about the fact that he's currently in first place on the basis of point spread right now. If I'm Jackson, I'm definitely switching gears to think about how can I minimize my loss in this game. So yeah, he wants to open, try to get another bingo down, but not at a cost of getting whacked by something that Jason has.
Yeah, if Jackson loses this game by too much, there's a chance he actually falls all the way down to third. There's actually a good chance he falls down to third. But even if David Spargo also loses this round, Jackson could drop below him. Jackson was ahead by about 50 spread points on the second place David Spargo going into this game. If Jackson loses by 150 or 200, even if David Spargo loses, Jackson no longer controls his own destiny. He's not playing for the championship. So you might want to go into salvage some spread mode. You could just play STAIR from the S in Absealer, score some points, and try to do some damage control. If you don't, RAGI to the I in pavings makes sense as well. Open up some space on the board, try to get a bingo down and see, but I'd probably be throwing in the towel here if I'm Jackson.
Yeah, it's tempting to keep fighting. Of course, that's your instinct as a player, but this is a very unique situation, one that Jackson is easily up to the task to evaluate as well. If I was going to try to go for another bingo, I think the tiles that I would most want to be dumping are the G and the L, along with one of these A's. Maybe there is no good play that does that. The reason I say that, though, the R and the T both fit in this spot right here. So if you're gunning for a 7-letter word, for example, Jackson has, as I said, the 7-letter word ragtail on his rack. It doesn't play because LE is not a word. So that would be sort of my thinking if I'm Jackson, to try to gun for that 7 by playing off the letters that don't hook in that spot. Maybe there's nothing great there, Matt, that does that.
Yeah, I mean, a Lang, ALANG through the AN, or maybe just play NAG down
I was
from the
thinking,
N.
I was thinking nag. Yeah, this is the play that I'm thinking of that at least keeps a bunch of letters. It does keep the L, but the R and T, if you could just draw something that ends in one of those two letters, you're getting it down. So that's that's a very uninspiring play. I should make clear to play that. But it feels all right to me. But I definitely defer to Jackson's expertise on this one.
Would you ever play Algid down to the D in bedpan?
See, now that is the type of play that I think I would do if it were a different tournament situation. So the play Matt is suggesting, Algid here, really opening up that A in the triple lane. This is what would worry me. A play like this that opens a little bit too aggressively and really incentivizes Jason to just hammer that open A as hard as he can. And there definitely are some heavy consonants still lurking that you could get hit with. And in fact, Jason has a couple of them. So yeah, that play under certain circumstances, yes, for sure I would do it, but probably not this one.
Yeah, completely agree with your analysis there. I'm just playing a little devil's advocate, but with that unseen pool, you can't. You're just going to get smashed for 45, and especially given this tournament state where your spread matters quite a bit, don't do that. Don't do that. You're just going to get punched in the face.
Well, oh, okay. So instead, it's glare This is kind of cool, Matt. The reason I like this as a more careful opening has to do with the unseen tiles here, and Jackson leaving 2 vowels into a consonant heavy pool. Putting the G here with such a consonant overload is a really nice idea from Jackson's perspective to make it just a little bit tougher. And look at that. You see, it forces Jason into an awkward play. That was pretty much all he could really do. So I feel like that made sense to me. What is your instinct?
You just said exactly what I was going to say, and you said it more eloquently than I was going to say it. Yeah, I love that decision. If you're going to open the spot, don't play algid. Put a consonant. It's going to be tough for Jason to do much about. Keep some vowel. Yeah, all that. You just said everything I was going to say, but better. So nice. Yes, good job. And Jason did exactly what he needed to do, and then he drew the Q, which is not what he needed to do, but he's still okay as Jackson missed a bingo on his draw.
Yeah. Thank you also, Matt. You know how to butter your commentators up here. I like this, working with Matt here. But yeah, that's good play. Didn't work out. That is a classic. I feel so often, Matt, that when we watch Jackson, he does something that is not necessarily on our radar, but then as soon as he does it, we say, oh, wow, yes, I get it, which is part of the fun for me of watching somebody like him.
Yeah, there are a few players I put in the echelon of Jackson where rather than trying to say what the best play is, I watch what they do and then tell you why it was the best play. But Jackson, Josh Sokol, you, Will Anderson, you're another one of those people. I mean, Nigel, David Eldar, like when players get to that level, it makes my job a lot easier, especially when they do something I don't expect them to do. It becomes a puzzle. Like, why did you do that? There must be an awesome reason. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, got it. Yeah, Jackson's awesome to watch.
Well, to be grouped in that bunch is very flattering. I'm not sure I'm there. I feel like there's so many games where I'm like, what the hell am I doing here? Too many, but I guess that's Scrabble for you. As Jackson plays low T to continue to try to open here, keeping the V, probably not what he would have wanted, but he's just trying to hold on to 2 vowels, hope that he might draw another, and see what he can do with the new openings there. Hasn't really, again, he drew a W to go with that V, so it's just not quite working out for him in the tail end of this game.
And Jason now with the opportunity to get rid of this Q in a nice way. FAQIR for him looks really awesome. You could tack one of your S's on as well for 3 extra points, or you could set the S's up. You've got the last 2, so you can threaten a big 45, 50-point play beneath Fakir next turn. But if he spots that, that's likely what he's going to do here. You see, he's also considering Frows, F-R-O-S, or F-R-O-W-S in the top of this board. That'll just play defense first and keep the Q-I-S combination for later to try to shed that Q. Would you be looking to block here, Will, or would you play Fakirs and score some points?
Great question. I just want to point out that you know what else is tempting, Matt? It's just cheese right here.
Ooh.
That would be the funniest option from Jackson's perspective. I don't think Jason's going to do that. He's been so solid. He is going to play Fakirs. Oh, very nice. So, yeah, just tacking on the S, in fact, just to be as conclusively defensive as possible. Although, as you said, he has the last S's, so he probably could have left it off. I think this is more about trying to draw vowels than anything else. So it makes total sense why you would do that. This play does block quite a bit. No, it does not block the LNO of low T, but it blocks off plays here and here. So this does a lot of good things. Maybe every so often Jackson gets a bingo through the R of Fakir or the I of Fakir, but those are very, very tough spots to fit. So I like this. You don't get into trouble sometimes the way you do playing Frows and continuing to have no good place to play your Q. So he gets it off while blocking the board while he has a chance. So I do like it as Jackson playing Ow to still, he actually has decent leftover tiles, Matt.
Yeah, and we'll see one final draw for Jackson in this game. We're going to see 8 tiles in the bag, or 8 tiles unseen, rather, 1 in the bag from Jason's perspective. He'll take a look at that to try to figure out what possible bingos exist, but there is just one bingo that Jackson could possibly have, and it is up at the top of this board through the L. The R in Fakirs looks promising, but nothing quite fits. Jason's got to think through all of these options, but as Will's spelling out for us, violated the only possible bingo Jackson could have in this pool if an E is in the bag, and that is the most likely thing. Jason's got to be looking to block the top of this board and slam this one shut.
Yeah, a player of Jason's caliber, he's got plenty of time too. There was a moment earlier in the game, Matt, where we were looking at Jason's clock and saying, "Uh-oh, there's a big time, discrepancy between the two." But he's managed his time very well since then, and he has plenty of time to suss this out.
Indeed, he does, and suss it out is what Jason's going to be doing for the remainder of this time. A Jason win here pushes him up to 11-3. He will certainly be in the finals of the WoW Lexicon division. The question is, who will he play? David Spargo coming in was also at 10-3. If David beats his opponent in this round, David and Jason would play straight up for the championship. If David loses, it'll be between Jackson and David to see who draws the Jason Lee pairing, but it could actually be any one of 3 possible people winning this division. There's a lot to unfold yet. We'll try to get the result of the David Spargo game as soon as we can and let y'all know, as that will drive a lot of the drama in NWL land. Excuse me, WoW land.
True. Yeah, we'll see what happens there. That game is definitely important. Looks like Jason has flown set up, which does everything he wants to block violated through the L of Loti. He might be thinking that he wants to keep his vowel. Flown would do that as well, so there's no need to worry about that. In fact, the difference between the two. But maybe Jason is realizing that he actually will do a little bit better with WIN in the endgame. Not 100% sure what he's, eyeing there with that, but it looks like, okay. So strictly speaking, there were no threats down low. Maybe Jason's tracking was not 100% correct, but it doesn't end up mattering because Jackson does not have the only bingo that he could have had from Jason's perspective, and we go into the end game here.
Yeah, interesting. Perhaps Jason had some kind of read or tell. Perhaps he just didn't analyze that situation to 100%.
This is not a good time for this. So this is just not a word as far as I'm aware. And as an out bingo, this is not the right time to try this because Jason has the ability to challenge it with impunity, Matt.
Yeah, Jackson's just staring Jason down. You see, he just made direct eye contact. I think he even said out loud, "I don't know if this is good." I saw him say something as he laid it down. Has not hit his clock. He's thinking about it, trying to get a tell. Maybe just giving us some drama on the stream as well. I would be shocked to see Jackson try this with exactly this tournament circumstance. Spread matters quite a bit. Maybe this is him trying to maximize his spread, but we know that this would be him minimizing his spread instead. This will not win the game for him. It will make it closer, but I think Jason probably just has one out in Winos to the S and Fakirs. Jackson could salvage a lot of spread points by blocking that out, going out in 2, instead of trying this and seeding an outplay to Jason instead.
Yep. Well put. Definitely a better spread play to play down in this area, as you said. So yeah, that is. My drawing isn't on this scene, but down to as you said, the S of Fakirs. So Jackson using the rest of his time to think this through. He's got plenty of it. Definitely think there's no way in a million years Jason won't challenge this. It's just the wrong time to try this, like we're saying. So it's all good if Jackson can just pick this up, get off of this. If not, it is going to cost him quite a nice chunk of spread here. Up it comes. There we go. Good man. He does what he's supposed to. This seems solid. In fact, I'm wondering if this does a really nice outplay for him here. Of course, I feel like Jason's going to play one underneath dives, but at the very least, kind of cool 3-tile play on top that Jackson's setting up.
Yeah, that's cool. It is going to get knocked out. The best in game is actually for Jackson not to play dives, but to play divest here. You see, Jason can play WON underneath, but you just go out with your AE for a lot of points next turn.
Got it. Okay, makes sense. That's a tricky one. Jackson very good at endgame, along with all the other skills that he has. Down comes dives again, and he did the right thing. I think he's asking about delative here, based on that body language, Matt.
You know what? I take that back. This is actually a better in-game than divest. I can't math. And yeah, he's asking about delative. We'll try to catch overhead Mike, but they've probably already had that conversation at this point.
So 1 looks like a solid play. I don't think this gives back anything better than Jackson already has.
I think I'm going to text Jackson right now and say, I can't believe you chickened out of delative.
Oh, man, the trolling straight from the commentary booth. Do you think, Jim Nance is doing that to like Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes after a playoff game?
I sure hope so. Can't believe you didn't see that deep safety, you fool.
This is what you get in Scrabble, folks. That type of extra service from the commentators. All right, there we go.
All right, let's cut to overhead Mike after Jackson plays out. I did send the text, so we'll see if he pulls out his phone and gets trolled for a second.
That would be amazing. So, nice outplay here. Gated. That's pretty cool.
Dope.
Very nice. 2 good outplays.
319, 464. Yeah, nice job. Do you like a Hoydened? Hoydened? How do you feel about that?
I think I like it.
You like it? Fuck. I think if that's a word, that's the game. Yeah, it's a word. Fuck. Like I had it here. It's just for 40.
Oh, I see.
I don't know why I started doubting it. Like I liked Hoydened.
Well, the eye, of course.
With the eye, but it was then I started doubting that as well. And I was like,
shit. Because that gave that
was a huge swing. I mean, it's not. I decided on this because it's not so much worse. It's definitely worse for the 40, but it's not so much worse. I was like, I don't want to risk it, but that's big.
Yeah, because it just fit. I was like, oh my god, it fits.
Yeah. Did you know the hooks?
I don't sure I like the S. That's why
it's only X.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I mean, I didn't. That's why I could have played QIS, but I don't think so.
I didn't mind you having it there. It's like, hey, I'll make sure, but I was almost 100% sure it was only the X.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I could do some desperation stuff.
Yeah, maybe. That's why I played for kids. I'm like, no, I don't think QS. Yeah, just this kept the Z tighter. Yeah.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I don't know. I had VG blank. I was close to fishing the M because I had like tons of draws for hovering, hungover, hangover.
Oh,
here.
I see.
And
so you want to play FAM?
Probably FAM, and also like a GNORV blank. It's here a lot if I draw constant improving, whatever stuff like that. See. But I like what this did. Obviously,
obviously,
pretty good. Hoyt is a game. Like it's I think. What about the last one? Do you like non-fixed?
What?
Do you like non-fixed? NONFIXED?
No, it's not
okay. I thought about opening with that. No way, that's good.
Non-fixed. I'll find out a Spargo one.
Yeah, could be interesting.
number one. Yeah. Is there anything else in True Moon? Probably not. I mean, as soon as I saw it, I was like, it's
It seems like oh no, there's no delay.
145. Bedpan, you were forced. It's a good play.
Sorry.
So this kept U E blank.
Really? I had a feeling you didn't keep that well with like K and U.
So normally they Oho, right? But I'm like, this takes an E, like so. I was like, I don't want to worry.
Yeah.
I know you usually don't put the H here, right? So that's why.
The thing is, like long term, like it kind of sat there for a while. Like you might still want to put the O.
That's part of why I played this because I kept ET and I was like, what? I'm like, I want to draw good stuff. There's a bunch of S's, a bunch of the Z's, the. So I was like, you know what, it's okay. Because otherwise I keep it close here, but play tied or something. When I'm like, it's definitely an aggressive play baited when I'm ahead by a lot.
Yeah, I was. It could have backfired. I kept DNR blank with that.
Oh shit!
But I drew LRR. So
shit. So I caught you.
Yeah, I mean,
with a bad talent, and I just block.
I see what you're saying. I mean, it's proactive where like if I don't hit next turn, you can do a lot of good stuff.
You can do a lot of like overlap, crossover. Yeah. But otherwise, I play like DITE here or something, like tied or something. It's like what? I don't know. It says scores 11 points, and then we're just playing waiting game. You're gonna draw big with the H.
There's nothing you can do here that doesn't take an S. Like
I did look at that.
B takes an S.
Takes an S. Beta,
yeah.
And I was annoyed at the joy hook too. I was like, yeah, that takes it out.
Which hook? Oh, the joy
hook.
No, for sure. Yeah.
All right. No news on Spargo yet.
Jason jumping up to run and see if David Spargo has won his game or not. But Jason, with an emphatic victory over 1 seed Jackson Smiley, has secured his place in the finals of the WoW Lexicon. We'll figure out what happened in the David Spargo game as well. Drop it in chat as soon as we know. That result is still pending. I don't know what's going on in CSW land, but I do know there's a spicy game going on between Adam Logan and Josh Sokol as well. I've got both dogs queued up on the couch to figure out where we're going for this last round. We will let y'all know as soon as we do. But Will, any final thoughts on that game?
No, just a very, very well-played game by Jason Lee. No surprise from him. Jackson did everything possible to keep fighting. But, we're going to need to wait and see what that final round matchup is. And I'm very excited to see how it's going to shake out.
Yeah, lots of drama to be had in the final round from Montreal. We'll let the final results come in, the pairings get done, and we will be back in a few minutes with one last game from the Montreal Scrabble Classic. Y'all stay tuned. Welcome back, Will. We have a black dog behind me, which means we are showing one more game of WoW this afternoon. We're showing WoW because Adam Logan has effectively clinched the CSW division. He just defeated Josh Sokol, and while it hasn't 100% clinched, Winter would have to beat him by nearly 200 points in order to sneak back into first place. So we're going to show the WoW lexicon, where we have David Spargo and Jason Lee playing, though I don't think we can quite call this a championship game. And we'll cut over to standings so Will can tell you why.
Yeah, this is mayhem at the top. And the reason why is those spreads are so close together. So basically, we are going to see Jason and David play in this game. If Jason wins, that's going to do it. He is our champion. If David wins, it throws everything into chaos. First of all, David winning would almost certainly require him to pass Jason on his spread tiebreaker. So while those players would both have 11 wins, David would be in front in the standings, but that would give Jackson an opportunity to win his game against Mike Thielen by more points. And if he wins in his game, he could leapfrog both of those two players in the final game. So we will definitely need to keep close tabs on that matchup between Jackson and Mike. And yeah, that's going to be crazy to see what happens. But Matt, there's really no avoiding it. Those two games will both be incredibly impactful here.
Yeah, if you're in Jackson's shoes, you just need to go win and try to win big and hope you get some help. If you're in Spargo's shoes, you need to win and win big and hope Jackson doesn't catch you or just loses straight up. And if you're Jason's shoes, it's really easy. Just win and the tournament is all yours. We will pivot over to the CSW standings just to show y'all the exact numbers of how things have shaken out there. But Adam Logan, with his big win, looks like he's going to win this thing 12-2 against a tough field. That is really an emphatic statement from him. He will be playing Winter. Y'all can do that there, but it's about 170 points that Winter would have to win by in order to leapfrog over Adam in their final round matchup. Adam, Winter, and Josh look to be the three who are going to take home prize money in this one. We do want to do one more thank you to the Word Game Players Organization, who again provided $5,000 in sponsorship money for this tournament to beef up the prize funds, to make sure we have a nice stream running, make sure we got a nice venue hotel for these players to put them up in. So shout out to the Word Game Players Organization. We're going to do one final pitch to hit the like and subscribe button down below. And also Soren is asking all of you to consider becoming Let's Play Scrabble Super Friends by clicking the join button on YouTube. It's a small chunk of change every month that goes to the Let's Play Scrabble team to help them enhance their streams in the future. I believe it's $4.99 a month to help them bring more features and functionality to this stuff and keep bringing you high quality streams. I think the next thing we're trying to do, as we've teased in chat, is put cameras over multiple boards at the same time. So when we do have one of those 250-point drubbings, we can just cut away and go somewhere that's actually exciting instead of showing you the end of a lopsided game. So consider doing that. Become a Let's Play Scrabble super fan. You will suddenly become as tan as me. You will suddenly know as many words as Will does over there. What else happens when you become a Let's Play Scrabble super fan, Will?
Well, you just feel sort of a sense of purpose and belonging, and that you're finally doing something good with your life, mostly wasted, misspent life. And you just get that sense of, man, I feel like I've just done maybe the best thing that I'll ever do in my life. So if you don't want to rob yourself of that feeling, become an LPS subscriber now. This is my plea. This is my message to you all. The tanness effect, I didn't receive that, unfortunately. A lot of the other things I did receive. So, it's kind of a grab bag of what happens to you. So, yeah, sounds like the players may be sitting down and ready to do battle, Matt.
All right, well, let's cut over then to our final preview from Montreal. Jason Lee, David Spargo in what is probably, maybe, potentially the championship game, unless Jackson Smiley wants to do what Jackson always does and win this tournament also. We'll see. But Jason, the agenda is easy. Just win. David, win and win big is your MO here. Let's play Scrabble. Let's figure out who's going home with $850 from Montreal.
Yeah, a lot of wins on that last 5 games. The only blemish is David's previous round against Mike Thielen. So, yeah, Jason riding a huge winning streak here. But, of course, both players have been doing a lot of winning at this tournament. And if Jason can run that winning streak one more game here, he will be the champion at Montreal Scrabblefest, as we've been saying. So let's see. That first rack, the literal first tile he's looking at, Matt, is the first blank. That must feel good.
That's got to feel awesome. But the JU combination to go with it, some trouble. He's not going to bingo despite seeing a blank as the first tile out of the bag. But I think this turn is pretty straightforward for him. Just one 4-letter word, almost certainly what we're going to see Jason pull the trigger on, and he's already set it up on his rack. Jehu for 28. Would you ever think about playing Jut instead here, Will?
I would think about it, yes, but I just think the ability to score even better than that with this H and the fact that Jut hooks with the E. Yes, you do have an E if you're Jason, but the odds of your opponent having one are very good. So not only would they be able to bingo with a word containing an S, but also a word containing an E, whereas that is much tougher after Jehu, so you get more points in defense. As David immediately responds with O, Matt, this looks like exactly what he wants.
Yeah, easily the top option here, and David has identified that in 32 seconds. Found the play, ruled out the other options, counted it, and hit his clock. That's exactly what you got to do when you have a straightforward turn like this. David's done it all right. Jason has found a nice pull, AAELTU blank. He threatens numerous bingos on this turn. Highest scoring bingo for Jason is 76 points, but he has 4 different 7s that play here.
Yeah, the nice thing about the 7s of something like adulate right here is that you are putting the T and E here and not exposing something in the triple lane, at least immediately, that I see. So, yeah, you're definitely working out very well compared to maybe if he just doesn't think, and there he has set that up on his rack. And just to note, there are no hooks here. So anyone considering, are there any hooks? Not in this game. So this is a very safe play and nicely spotted by Jason.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Awesome start to this game. Both players playing very, very well. And David, I think, is going to have our first interesting turn of the game here. AX plays beneath Adulate for 31 points, keeps the nice bingo prone ACDEN, but he also has a double-double available for 40 on this turn, and I'm not sure which of those options is better.
Yeah, that's a tough one to figure that out. There isn't an obvious, hammer it down spot to play the X other than, I guess, yeah, you do have it under Adulate, but I'm also wondering about Codex through the U of Adulate, which is kind of maybe needlessly flashy compared to just playing your X and continuing forward with very good bingo tiles. He is going to play this. So I don't know, Matt, what do we think? Is this a flashy play or also a good play?
I don't think this is as strong as some of the other options. There's really, without an S on your rack for Jason, there's really now just one obvious place to play. You're going to stack next to that X and smash it. And precisely right there. And I don't like giving that to my opponent if I can avoid it. Now, Jason, to David's advantage, did not draw the A, E, or O that he would need to make those plays, and has a tougher decision on his mind now. But while this is a cool word, showing off some good word knowledge, I don't know that this was the correct move in that situation.
Yeah, cool suggestion of Candela here as a double-double, keeping the X, which, yeah, this looks especially good just because in the off chance that you draw a U, yeah, there are 2 U's already on the board, but if you draw one of those other 2, normally the U is something you don't want to see, but after Candela, it becomes an incredibly powerful 50-point play. So, yeah, that looks like a reasonable option. Here, Jason cashing that S in immediately with Fuds. He does not have the vowels required to play alongside this X. So given that, he's going to use this opportunity to prevent David from playing that S hook himself and scoring a bunch of points. I like it, Matt.
I don't. I don't like it at all.
Oh, is there something just much better?
You leave the spot next to Codex open and you blow up your best tile. If you're going to play FUD, I think you play it to the right side of Codex and set up your S. This is 21 instead of 31, but look how powerful your S is on the board, and look how much defense you just played. If David does not have an S after you play FUD, you're going to smash him. And if he does, there are 2 S hooks. You'll just take the other one. So Jason left a lot of points on the board on that last turn. It doesn't feel like a big mistake, but I think it was actually pretty massive there.
Yeah, that's a great point. I spoke too soon for sure. The upside potential of just playing FUD looks phenomenal there. So I totally agree. Having seen that play now, looks great to me as Axel the play here for David. I'm sure he had other plays paralleling the X if he wanted them. Instead, he elects to play through it, maybe opening a little bit more space in the process. Not sure about that one. Looks like maybe a close call.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like this one either. If you're going to play there, ANOR is a pretty rough leave. It does bingo sometimes, but when it misses in painful fashion, and you're going to have a rough turn. I would have looked to go longer. If you know AXONAL, axonal, that to me felt like a much stronger play for David in that situation as well. But Axel, the play he's opted for there. We're back on Jason's turn, 135 to 89. Jason with an awkward rack, GIIPRVW, doesn't really have a strong option here. What are you thinking, Will?
Yeah, this is a referendum on how weak these tiles are. That wipe is really, I mean, what even are you doing here? If not something like this, are you playing something like Vug, which I really don't think Jason wants to do, holding on to a good size lead on a mostly difficult board to play? You don't necessarily want to give any kind of hooking opportunity back. So at the very minimum, even though wipe doesn't score that well, and there is the second blank and an E, a fantastic draw for him here. Oh my gosh, this is going to be a huge draw for him. Not 100% sure what he has just yet, but now Diverged is going to hit on the bottom row after this play of Word. Oh, that play, Matt, is perfectly logical from David's perspective, but damn, he's going to get hammered here.
Yeah, wow, a huge swing in this game. A great pull from Jason and getting some help with that play from David. David had a very high-scoring option last turn. Lardon playing beneath the last 3 letters of Adulate, making AL, Hota, and Ewer was 34, but Word makes a whole lot of sense for him to play on that turn, probably option number 2. But because he didn't pick option 1, he's going to get smashed for 92 as Jason draws and crushes the second blank in this game. Jason leads 244 to 113, but David has a huge score available on this turn should he spot it, and I expect him to.
Yeah, so amazingly, this does make a bingo. So the hooks have to be just right in order to fit it, but they are in just the right spot for him to play Larning here. The game situation almost demands that he think about overlaps like that. He has to get a bingo in short order to keep this thing close. As a pretty nice draw here for Jason. A couple bingos possible on a different board of things like bocce or bioethic. I don't think either of those are going to
Biotech.
play.
Biotech
Oh,
plays.
biotech. Oh my God. A chemist in Jason Lee has to play biotech here. All right. Nice find by David, but man, biotech is going to hit so hard on top of Diverge, Matt. Wow, this is crazy here.
Biotech is so nuts. David's about to draw 7 fresh tiles, and Biotech ends 1 short of a double word. If David has the right draw here, he might smash back for 100 plus. David can't know what's about to happen, but an S draw for David here will make this game so spicy. Is he going to find one? 4 tiles so far, and he hasn't hit it. Oh my goodness. He needs an S. If he draws an S and a bingo, this is going to be nuts. But he's missed. He's drawn prevent.
He drew
What?
prevent, but it doesn't seem to fit, and I don't think he's going to get a place for prevent to go down, sadly. So that would be insane, as Matt said, to see that S hook be played. But it appears that it's not to be. So I love Jason's chance of finding this 7 here. His word knowledge and word finding have been absolutely on point. But is there any chance that Jason were to not see this?
No.
Nope.
Jason says, "Who are you to doubt me, Will Anderson? Shut
Of course. No, I don't doubt him. I'm just, Matt, as you well know, in the commentary booth, anytime somebody starts to run away with the game, we start rooting for the opponent and start rooting for that player to make mistakes and keep things nice and close. So it's nothing against Jason, that I consider a really close personal friend for many years. But now we're rooting for David to somehow keep this thing close.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. The only thing we ever root for in this commentary booth is good games of Scrabble and drama for everybody. Well, I also root for content. So sometimes I don't mind, drubbings as long as really cool stuff happens. But yeah. It would. Oh, Jason has drawn the Z and 2 S's. Goodness. Oh,
Wow.
yeah.
Does he? I mean, even if he doesn't have a play that puts the Z here, he is still going to absolutely smash that spot. And the sick thing is, from David's perspective, David just needs to win this game at any cost. So I think he has a huge incentive to leave this spot wide open and try to beat Jason to the S. He can't know that he's already lost that battle.
Yeah, you can't know that, and you're entirely right. At this point, if I don't have the S, spread doesn't matter to me if I lose. I'm just going to blow this thing open. I think David should play Nerve and FE vertically at the top of this board. All right, if you draw the S, then I've got a triple. And if you don't draw the S, you've got to deal with this triple and can't obstruct the S hook as I dig in the bag, draw 5 tiles, and try to hit this spot. So I think with this deficit, that's probably David's best line here. What do you think, Will?
I am nervous that this means he might be considering trying this non-word in this spot. It looks like a couple of other words, such as privet and Revit. Maybe he's conflating these, and oh boy, here it comes. This is going to be a huge opportunity for Jason. I cannot imagine. I mean, Jason could leave this on the board and just play Zories here, so it's not even going to be that bad if he doesn't challenge it, but he will challenge it. Yep, no question about it. Off it comes. David going for as much equity as he can get his hands on here, by which I mean points and basically just points. But off this word will come, Matt. That is devastating.
Yeah, that is a huge swing, but we have seen David all tournament playing fast and loose, trying stuff, and finally, in this championship matchup, he has been called on a phony. Didn't even have time to hit his now signature poker face. That one came off instantly, and Jason is not cashing either of these S's. I guess he can assume with 100% certainty David did not have an S, or he would have tried Previtz and biotechs for 9 million. Jason's just going to play Zoic here, score a ton, and hit the spot next turn instead. Very
Brilliant.
creative, very smart from Jason.
Yeah, it's brilliant. You can get a really solid number of points. Another nice thing about Zoic is it gives you an opportunity if you're Jason, even though you're the one with the S's, it gives you an opportunity to prevent David from playing a word here that either puts better tiles to play 8-letter words with than the Z or the O, or that creates an opportunity for David to set up an S with a play ending in a C. So Zoic, and look at this. Actually, wait a second. Is this a
No,
this is a Collins word. I feel like we've seen this come up recently on some stream or other, but if Jason pulls the trigger on this, it looks totally like a word. Kenosis with an I is a word, but David will have every incentive to challenge it off, and that could be a crazy swing back in David's favor if that's what happens here.
Oh, that's wild. Kenosis is NWL. Kenosis is CSW only. Kenosis is the only plural acceptable in NWL. Jason did play a lot of Collins in the past, though I think he's been pretty NWL/WoW exclusive for the past decade or so. This is nuts. You have to be pretty confident on Kenosis to play it over just Kenos and biotechs, but whoa, this is some crazy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if he has any doubt whatsoever, Kenos is so strong. And now I guess that's going to become Keens. Still going to be a playable word there. Oddly, this is somewhat merciful in the sense of now I really don't think he will play Kenosis just because the upside of just playing Keens is roughly as high, and he can be 100% sure of that word.
Yeah, Keynes actually scores 5 more than the bingo Kenosis in this situation. So really no reason to try it if there's any doubt whatsoever in your brain.
Yeah, makes sense. So he has Skeens set up here. I think that is also valid. I don't know if the S provides any more defensive value to tack that on, maybe. So yeah, it's I think he's very likely to hold back that S just to keep it. There we go. This looks like it's going to be a hammer of a play, Matt.
Yeah, unless you think keen might only be an adjective, but keen is an adjective and a verb in this lexicon. So if he's a little bit unsure, he might try skeens instead, but strategically, there's no reason to put the second. Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness! This is hilarious. David has every reason to challenge this. The game state almost demands that it be phony. He hasn't reacted yet that I've seen. I think he just said hold. And now David with the S on his rack is going to be able to challenge this off, Matt, and play something pretty heavy hitting right there.
What a huge swing in this game. I don't even think Kenosis was right if it's 100% certainly a word. The fact that it's not, and David accepts.
Oh, man, I feel like you got to challenge no matter what. How can you win if that stays on and it's not that obvious of a word to be valid? I get it. If David knows kenosis, this makes all the sense in the world that this would be a valid word, but it just isn't. So a huge missed opportunity. I'm shocked, Matt.
Shocked is exactly the right word, but hey, it is so hard to play Scrabble at a high level for 15 games. It's easy, too, to get in your own head when you lose one challenge in a game. At least when I lose one challenge in a game, my confidence immediately goes in the toilet, and I don't want anything to do with the word judge computer for the next like 3 rounds. Especially from David's perspective, if you can see that Jason has Keens and Biotechs and doesn't play it, he must be absolutely certain this is a word. This is bonkers. Absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, it definitely, it is very, I know we're sitting here, we are telling you that this is a Collins only word, not valid in this lexicon, but if you don't know that already, this word looks so real that you might not even, if you know kenosis, like I said, you might not even imagine this could possibly be invalid. So I think in that sense, even just thinking that this could possibly not be valid is basically the full battle there. Like you're just going to see this and you're just, I mean, it seems like David did hold it and think about it, but I do feel like it does kind of make sense that he let it stay. But yeah, I definitely, and he plays yes here. That's interesting. Maybe just trying to put a good tile for 8-letter words in that spot while he has the chance. And block things for Jason. But yeah, it seems like we're sitting here in agony, Matt, but it's kind of a human decision for David to have made.
That is the poker side of this game, is you're thinking at a bunch of different layers at the same time. You don't just think, is kenosis a word, or is kenosis a word, yes or no? You look at like 8 other factors, how much you respect your opponent, what other options you see available, the psychology of how you feel, both based on previous things that have happened in the game and your current confidence right now, and the letters you have left on your rack. It's so hard to make these decisions and narrow it down to a binary, but that was the content we were looking for and hoping for in this game. Despite the lopsided score, we got some wild decisions.
Yeah, content to say the least. As Jason just playing MI there, that is probably a response to the Q still being unplayed and wanting to block off a place that Chi would play for a very high score. But yeah, Jason, I'm sure Jason is thrilled with the state of this board as it is right now. This is not a hook. You have 2 very weak marginal lines to play 8-letter words, and then maybe you got to worry about this S a little bit. The thing about it, though, is you can't even put all the vowels here. You can't put an E here, which is pretty tough. So David playing Lota here. Maybe he's trying to draw FE and play fervent. And then, of course, Jason has that F already, and he'll be able to do whatever he wants in that spot.
Yeah, this one all but done in this game. And the Lota play, yeah, for Flota, Jason's going to crush this score. And David, I think, is basically now backed into third, almost regardless of the outcome of Jackson's game. Jackson would have to lose by over 200 in his game against Michael Thielen to not end up in second place. This is about the nightmare situation for David, and you have to feel for him. He's played lights out all tournament, played some gutsy Scrabble, and it looks like it's all finally coming to a stop here for him.
Yeah, nice play of Fiery here and Flota. That looks fantastic. Scoring really well, really no opening. So yeah, it should be that should be his best play there, I would think. And now David with good looking tiles, but yeah, look at that scoreboard, Matt. Ouch.
Ouch, indeed. Oh, wow. Yeah, chat pointing it out, and I think they're actually 100% correct. David seems to be fishing for interviewer to the EWER, which is an 11 that has already been played in a tournament, I think, and featured in one of your videos, Will. I'll be sick if it's played for the second time.
We can see that Jason, he's moving his tiles around. I think he dropped one behind the rack there as he's fishing it out. It's the Q that he was blocking, but you can see no E in sight, so it's there. It's in the bag.
He needs
If
the
David
I.
spots it. Oh.
He needs an I, but the I is also in the bag.
Fair. Oh, look at this. All right, you're right. Sorry, I forgot. The E's are all in where they need to be on the board, so he's going for that I. But other than that, my analysis, despite that one critical factor that was wrong, my analysis was right. All right, it's an R instead. Will he keep fishing for it or what?
Yeah, we will find out. I would have just fished the T with the Z, or the A with ZA and AT, but he is trying to open a line for himself as well. I really want him to get it. David said earlier he played phonies against Michael Fagan for content, and content he's trying to deliver, but Jason making a fantastic play here. I see you opened a line. I'm going to thwack it closed. Doesn't realize he's blocking what David is actually fishing for, and a big sad from David that we respect and applaud the effort.
Well, it's fair to say that I think the odds are very, very good, Matt, that Jason doesn't know what he's blocking, but maybe he does know what he's blocking. I highly doubt it. I would be totally in the dark, but maybe Jason has seen that possibility in the unseen pool. I doubt it. That would be completely inhuman. I'm just saying sometimes players at this level have incredible perceptive abilities. So, yeah, sad to not see it go down. Maybe it's merciful that David did not actually draw the I he needed.
Oh, that would have been absolutely devastating if he pulled the I last turn and then it got blocked randomly by a boon out of nowhere. Oh, man. You know what? You're right. Absolutely merciful that David did not draw the I there because, I don't know, man. I would have shipped him a case of beer.
I would probably have just played interviewer and a booner. So sue me. I don't even care. I'm playing a booner, and I'm gonna let Jason challenge it if he wants. That's what I'd probably do in this situation, knowing, as you said, that Jackson is almost certain to pass me no matter what happens in this game because this one has been so lopsided. Rivet is going to be the play for David. This takes a G hook. I'm not sure with Jason having the G, he could just play Quag and Grivet if he wants. But we'll see what the situation looks like from his perspective. Maybe he won't need to.
Yeah, it also takes a front T, but I don't see any threatening plays there. Quota and Trivet, Quag and Grivet, or just QUOIT through the I is another option. He's going to look at that unseen pool, verify that the bag is empty, check his tracking, and see EIMNNRT unseen means there are no bingos that David can threaten. And while Trivet plays exist at the top, David's best option is actually in the bottom right side of this board. He can play Minter with 4 overlaps for 42.
Oh, wow.
Sick.
Crazy. That is epic, Matt. Wow. Fantastic to spot that. If Jason puts all that together, more power to him because that's tricky to see that and plan against it.
Yeah, Jason has to know that there are no bingos he needs to block at this point, and given the tournament context, spread doesn't matter, so even if you blow this one and let him bingo out, it's all good. We'll see how much time Jason opts to spend here, but he's got plenty of time on his clock. He's now got the tournament sewn up. Jason Lee is going to be your WoW Montreal Scrabblefest champion. Going to go home with $850. And, man, he's played great on stream since we've been watching.
Couldn't agree more. Very, very solid performance by Jason. I keep going back to what a different game this would be had David pulled the trigger on a challenge of Kenosis and cashed the Biotech's hook right there. That would be insane. I'm sure they're going to look at some of that after the game. Yeah, Quoit and very nice, very nicely spotted by David, who has also been fantastic on the stream. You mentioned that he's sort of gone for the gusto with some of these, phony words. A couple of them he's gotten away with. In this game, he had Prevet get challenged off at a key moment. But David is definitely going places in Scrabble, playing at an extremely high level. Hasn't even been playing that long.
Yeah, man. His rating has gone up so much, so fast. And I think the sky is the limit for David Spargo. The stuff we've seen from him, the word finding and all that other stuff. But congrats to Jason. We'll cut to Overhead Mike and catch the postmortem here.
I myself at 301.
Okay.
What the hell? 215 after pet.
Oh yeah. 3. Yes.
So at 301.
No.
What is that?
No, 215 after pet.
Yeah. And
18
yep, it's 233.
and 4.
What the hell? Yeah, 237. Plus 2 is 239.
23.
3 is
262.
right.
And
262. 304.
Yeah,
Okay.
Again, I'm sorry, dude. This has kind of been easy to play through that.
That's okay.
Yeah. You actually block Kenosis for like $1 million because it sticks in S.
Oh yeah, right. Jeez. Yeah, I guess so.
It could have been worse. Amazingly.
And yeah, I figure like at that point,
That's why you tried free bet. I know, I understand that. You have to try something, otherwise
yeah,
you have
exactly.
to win triple, you're sunk.
Yeah, and then when I played Yes, I'll leave with VENTR, and I was fishing for interviewer.
Oh, interview. Oh, cool. That's really cool. I actually could play Keynes here. I should count it. Maybe. It's close. But obviously I'm racing at the end of the game, so I think it's such a Kenosis.
Yeah.
It's almost as many points, just Keynes. Okay. All right.
Congrats, man.
Thanks. It's a nice.
Oh, do you go first?
Oh yeah, I got first.
Nice. Well done.
Thanks. This one. Jackson can't catch me because I have 1 extra. It's nice to win this one, especially it's Bernard's Memorial Tournament.
True.
All right, so they'll get the paperwork finished up here, but not a lot of post-mortem to be had in a lopsided championship game in our WoW division. Jason Lee of Montreal, the champion of Montreal as well, with the dominating 12 and
Yeah,
3
I was 100% sure.
Warren.
If I were
What a showing
even
from him.
90% sure.
What a showing from David, who's
99%
still
sure
pretty new to high-level Scrabble on his own right,
That's pretty
but nearly won the whole shebang here. I don't think this is the end of David Spargo as far as high-level Scrabble goes and streamed Scrabble goes, and I appreciate how he always went for content. But it looks like Jason 1, Jackson 2, and David 3 is going to be how the WoW division finishes up here. Still no results from the CSW Lexicon. That game was played so quickly by Jason that we don't have results from over there yet. We will notify y'all as soon as we have it, but I think we're planning to get a little victory interview from Jason Lee. He's being fit with a headset right now. If you guys have any questions for Jason Lee, please drop them in chat. We'll definitely be asking about Kenosis. What else, Will? What do you think we're going to talk to Jason about?
Yeah, he just mentioned that this tournament is particularly meaningful to him to win as a Montreal-based player for his entire career. Somebody that I know was very, very close with Bernard Gottlieb, the sort of patriarch of Montreal Scrabble before his recent passing. So I know this is a huge one for him to win, and I don't know if we want to ask him about that or if he'll want to share anything, but I'd be interested to whatever he's willing to share about that. I'm sure we'd all love to hear.
Yeah, this I'm looking up Jason's Cross Tables page now. This Montreal tournament was Jason's very first tournament way back in 2010. I know when a tournament is your first tournament, it's always going to hold a place near and dear to your heart. But especially after the recent passing of Bernard, this has to feel very special to Jason. It does look like he's won this tournament before, back in 2018. So this will be Jason's second Montreal championship, but I think this one's going to be especially meaningful to him.
Speaking of 2018, the first you mentioned, that is the first year that Jason won this tournament. That's also the year of David Spargo's first ever Scrabble tournament. Not his first win, not his first whatever, his first competitive Scrabble in 2018. So in a very short time, he's worked his way up into a legitimate top expert player. As you said, I highly doubt we're going to see, the end of him here. Definitely a player I'm imagining seeing more often. And with his style, that's a good thing for those of us that like content. Of course, we all are content fans here, but selfishly, maybe we're going to get some epic content from David over the next however many years as he continues his ascent. So very nicely done to him. I do think he's going to drop behind Jackson to third place overall in the WoW division just because of the size of the loss that we just saw. But great performance by him as we then return to the order of the day, which is to give Jason Lee his kudos for this great win.
Man, David Spargo's rating 5 years ago was 1180. And 4 years ago, was 1180. And he might be breaking 1900. If not, he's very, very close to it. That is a monumental rise. And when players escalate up the ranks that fast and get that high, oh boy, watch out. This is not the end of David Spargo. Interview is almost set up. We will cut over to Jason just as soon as we have that. But let's give Will one more chance to talk about the July 4th shenanigans that we're going to have in Albany.
Yeah, that's the next tournament on the Let's Play Scrabble calendar. I will be there, excited to get actually out over the board and actually be a streaming subject instead of a commentator. Very, very excited for that. Huge support coming from Bob Lynn into the Collins divisions at that tournament as we get a nice little rump scratch over there with our puppers. Very excited for that. Another tournament supported as well by Word Game Players Organization, WGPO. I didn't mention it earlier, but I'm actually going to be doing, last year we had an amazing talk by Stefan Fatsis about the state of competitive Scrabble organizationally. And that speaker series this year is going to be continuing with none other than myself, talking a little bit about content creation, streaming, YouTube, all of that sort of thing. I have lots of things to say about that topic, so hopefully people will enjoy hearing some of that. But I think it's possible that we have our winner on the headset. Maybe, I guess we'll wait for our producer to signal that. In any case, the Albany tournament is going to be amazing. Look for that coming your way in early July. Couldn't be more excited for that, Matt.
I'm so excited to get my chest autographed by the great Will Anderson. He's doing autographs and he'll sign anything is what I believe is correct about him.
Limbering up the old, pen hand over here. It's hard. I can't go out on the street nowadays without being stopped constantly. It's very frustrating, but I deal with it for the sake of Scrabble, of course.
We appreciate the sacrifice you and your hand ligaments make on behalf of all of us. You handling the paparazzi. I actually have seen Will Anderson carrying a baseball bat down the street to beat away the reporters, the interviewers.
I'm not proud of who I become when the paparazzi come out, but, this is just what you deal with. That anger, that rage at my personal life being invaded by these nasty people who just want to horn in on my celebrity status. But this is just what we deal with. No, I'm just kidding. It'll be a lot of fun to do this talk. The next time that I would be recognized on the street will be the first. So that ever happens, that would be hilarious. But in any case, all right. So I guess we're being told, Matt, maybe no interview today.
No interview today, just too much. Again, Josh Greenway is directing the tournament and running the stream full time, and just a little bit too much for him to deal with on this end. So no interview with Jason Lee, but if you know the guy, shoot him a text. If you don't know the guy, meet him. He's freaking awesome. I think because there is no interview, we're going to give a quick congratulations. Adam Logan has officially won the CSW division. Winter needed to beat him by 170. Adam said, forget that, I'm actually going to win by 310. or 317. So Adam defeating Winter in emphatic fashion, winning the CSW field here in Montreal, as Jason Lee takes the NWL/WoW side. That wraps up our coverage here. We'll send our viewers home with a little bit of wisdom before we call it.
Nice to see this Adam Logan guy finally win something. I feel like he's been knocking on the door for a while of winning one of these multi-day events. Nah, I'm just kidding. Adam, former world champion, 5-time Canadian champion, I believe, has won countless events and is in the running for best player in North America in my book. So congratulations to him on his victory. Congratulations to Jason as well. And yeah, Matt, it's been a pleasure as always. Love popping on with you for a few games of commentary. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on, Will. One final shout out goes to my lower back for holding up and doing commentary despite not having a chair. I have moved to Boston and have not yet purchased a chair, so been sitting on the floor this whole time. We did it. I am going to go take a Tylenol and then not sit on the chair for a long time. Thanks to each and every one of you for viewing in. Thanks again to Josh and the Let's Play Scrabble team, to Will, to Heidi, to Matthew O'Connor, to Nits for their commentary. And we will catch y'all on July 4th from Albany. See you then.